you're not good enough. Not at the place you're supposed to be. How many times have you given up? Life's not how you imagined it. In the dark, the night is colder, waiting for the sun to appear. Always looking over your shoulder. On your own, you're facing all your fears.
Coffee City.
As we all know, the cost of healthcare and health insurance is something that we all have to deal with and navigate every single day of our lives. And as the 2025 president of Florida Realtors, I'm incredibly excited to let you know that we are rolling out the new Health Plan Navigator by Ventor. This navigator is designed to help you find the best healthcare plan for whatever your individual needs may be. And that's whether you're a broker or an independent contractor. This exclusive member service will help you compare health insurance plans, see if you qualify for tax credits, and access discounts on wellness tools And maybe the best part of it all is, it's all in one easy-to-use portal. So start exploring your options today at floridarealtors.org/navigator, and we look forward to you taking control of your healthcare coverage. As we all know, the cost of healthcare and health insurance is something that we all have to deal with and navigate every single day of our lives. And as the 2025 president of Florida Realtors, I'm incredibly excited to let you know that we are rolling out the new Health Plan Navigator by Ventor. This navigator is designed to help you find the best healthcare plan for whatever your individual needs may be. And that's whether you're a broker or an independent contractor. This exclusive member service will help you compare health insurance plans, see if you qualify for tax credits, and access discounts on wellness tools. And maybe the best part of it all is, it's all in one easy-to-use portal. So start exploring your options today at floridarealtors.org/navigator, and we look forward to you taking control of your healthcare coverage. At Florida Realtors, we are all about innovation for our members. We're always listening to feedback, researching, and continuously striving to build platforms and to introduce tools to help your business grow and flourish. In 2024, the NAR Technology Survey revealed that Realtors cited e-signature as their #1 most impactful business technology tool. And that's why I am incredibly excited to introduce SableSign. SableSign is the new official electronic signature solution built by Florida Realtors for Florida Realtors. That means this is not a third-party platform. This is your platform. We listened to you, and we built a tool that offers improved reliability and mobile functionality for seamless, secure online signatures. You can sign anywhere and at any time. You can trust every signature. It's really that easy. And the best part is, it's available now. Check out the website for more information or to get started. And welcome to the new era of digital signing, redefined. At Florida Realtors, we are all about innovation for our members. We're always listening to feedback, researching, and continuously striving to build platforms and to introduce tools to help your business grow and flourish. In 2024, the NAR Technology Survey revealed that Realtors cited e-signature as their #1 most impactful business technology tool. And that's why I am incredibly excited to introduce SableSign. SableSign is the new official electronic signature solution built by Florida Realtors for Florida Realtors. That means this is not a third-party platform. This is your platform. We listened to you, and we built a tool that offers improved reliability and mobile functionality for seamless, secure online signatures. You can sign anywhere and at any time. You can trust every signature. It's really that easy. And the best part is, it's available now. Check out the website for more information or to get started. And welcome to the new era of digital signing, redefined.
Mills of hope, baby. Mills of hope. Mills of hope.
Mic check, mic check.
Mills of hope.
Audio check, could you
Mic check, mic check, mic check. So that's good to know. I can always talk about that as well.
We're at Selfie City.
Good morning, Realtor Nation. It is Carlos Melendez here, your 2025 Florida Realtors Convention Committee Chair, and I am super excited to kick off day 2 of our annual conference and expo. As you can see, I'm standing here right close to our registration doors, and we have a lot of action going on, a lot of excitement. Yesterday was an action-packed day full of tons of educational sessions, a lot of amazing meetings. We have Marcus Lemonis, who came by yesterday and dropped a lot of knowledge on all of our Realtor members who were here to enjoy what he had to say, and they got a lot out of it. And today is no different. We have Christina Pappas, who's going to be hitting our live stage at 10 o'clock to bring some broker knowledge to all of our members here, and of course all of you watching live. But as you guys can see, I mean, it is a lot of excitement going on here. We have all our booths that are completely open and in full force, giving a lot of great education and a lot of opportunities to all of our members. And we're just going to wander around the halls here this morning as we get the morning started to kind of see what our members thought of yesterday and what they're excited for today. So come join me, stay tuned. Again, it's going to be an action-packed day. As I've said many times yesterday, if you're not following our channel, please consider subscribing. Don't forget to like, share, and hit that little bell icon so that you're notified as we go live throughout the rest of the day and in the future with tons of great Realtor content. So come join me. Let's get into the middle of this and see what we got going on here and see if we can talk to some of our members who are here bright and early to learn from the best. So, I see this gentleman here who's nicely dressed. He's always dapper. So, tell us, what do you think is so exciting that brings you here year after year? I've seen you here at the Florida Realtors Convention before. So, let us know who you are, where you're from, and what brings you back every single year at the Florida Realtors Conference and Expo.
Absolutely. So I will say that my favorite thing about coming to Florida Realtors every single year is the connections you meet, the classes that you attend, and the relationships you're going to build throughout the years. And also the fun events that we have, like Party on the Moon, and make sure that you invest in RPAC and become a major investor so you can attend the major investor event at Universal. Yeah.
Absolutely, that's going to be a great event. Our Universal Studios event, Florida Realtors, RPAC committee, and of course our RPAC initiatives have secured the Islands of Adventure superhero land for us this year, which is absolutely amazing. If you want to learn more about that, head on over to the Realtors PAC website, and you'll be able to learn all about being able to invest in your industry, which is super important. Chris, thank you so much for taking a minute to speak to us this morning. You're looking very dapper, and I'm sure you got a lot to learn this year, so I won't take much of your time.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
All right, let's see if we can go ahead and see what action we have going on here. And as I was mentioning, guys, here's our RPAC booth. So if you're here on site, make sure that you go ahead, stop by, speak to Amy and her team. They've got a lot of great information. And I want to show you guys, you can even pledge by filling out one of our pledge cards just like this to become a major investor. You can set up a monthly investment. This way it's not one lump sum, and it'll make you a major investor in no time. So come ahead and check out Amy and her team and get some information, because again, you definitely need to invest in your industry. It's what keeps us in the center of every transaction without any interruption from overreach. So as you guys can see here, this is our selfie area behind us, what we call Selfie City, and it's very well attended. We have people already jumping in to take great photos for social media. And as we come this way, I know I'm taking you guys, but we have a lot of area to cover. I mean, Florida Realtors takes up the entire conference floor here at the Rosen Shingle Creek, which is a huge, huge expo center. And they have tons of classrooms, and Florida Realtors occupies them all because we bring you guys tons of educational sessions and just tons of information for you to grow your business. So as we make our way, let's see if we can grab one more person to kind of see what they're excited for today as we get the day started. And then we'll go ahead and head it back to the studio so we can get our next presenter that's going to be going live on our main stage. Now, we do have, just so you guys know, our international guests who have flown all the way from the Toronto Real Estate Board of Realtors. He's going to be on the stage here in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to go ahead and head back that way, get one more interview if possible, and then we're going to go to him so he can enlighten us on what's going on in the international market and what we can see from our friends from up north in Canada. So let's see who else we can stop. I see these lovely young ladies here. Let's see if they'll give me a second to talk. Hi, my name is Carlos Melendez. I'm the Convention Committee Chair, and I was hoping I could get a second to kind of see what brought you to our conference this year and what gets you excited to come year after year if this is not your first time. But let me know who you are, where you're from, maybe what company you're with, and if this is your first time attending, or if not, what brings you back every single year. And we'll start with you.
Hi, my name is Nydia Pino. I'm a real estate broker in Palm Beach County. I'm also a Florida Realtor Director. So I come every year because you get a lot of knowledge. You meet a lot of different vendors, a lot of technology, especially in this age right now where everything's changing. So there's a lot of great vendors out there. And then the education piece. We always want to know what's happening and all the changes that are happening with regards to contracts or, you know, everything having to do with real estate.
I appreciate that, Anita. And she thought I didn't know who she was, but our friend Felix has introduced us many times. Now, Elechia, tell us, what about you?
My name's Elechia. It's okay. I manage one of the offices down in West Palm Beach. And I'm actually working the booth today. This is my first expo. Yeah, so I'm excited.
And are you excited to be here? What's one thing you're looking forward to getting from this first experience here at the Florida Realtors Conference and Expo?
I think meeting people and having conversations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else that you hoped? I mean, did you get a chance to go to the Party on the Moon, or did you guys just get here?
We got here yesterday, and I was at the booth most of the day. Today, I'm looking forward to walking around and seeing what everybody else has going on.
And go ahead, shameless plug. What booth are you at? What number is it so people can come and see you?
Realty One Group, and I think it's 608. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, you heard it there, guys. We have some amazing people coming in, both someone who's been a seasoned veteran in the business and, of course, someone first time. And they're getting a lot of excitement and a lot of energy here at Florida Realtors to revive their business and continue growing. So thank you, ladies, for stopping and speaking with me. And enjoy the conference.
Thank you.
All right, guys, so let's see who else we got. Hey, how are you? So as you can see, guys, everyone's making their way to the Expo Center because that opened already at 9 o'clock. They opened bright and early to continue the excitement, to continue sharing all of the amazing products and services that they have to offer here at the Florida Realtors Conference and Expo. And we're gonna see if we can stop maybe one more person, maybe this gentleman right here, if you got 2 seconds to go ahead and speak to us. I know you're with Stellar MLS, so tell us, what brings you to the conference every single year? I know obviously you guys offer great MLS services, but is there a reason that you come every single year here to Florida Realtors? Tell us who you are, what you do, who you represent, and maybe what brings you by every single year to come here and help educate our realtors and provide great information and knowledge.
Sure, my name is Rusty. I'm a senior trainer with Stellar MLS. We come here, to support our existing customers, promote new customers, but also just to be a support and build relationships here in the local community.
Excellent. And what do you think, if you can say something to our members watching from home, because we have several hundred members tuning in to see everything they're missing here at Florida Realtors, let us know, what would you say to them to maybe entice them to not miss this great event next year?
There's always something to learn. And as a former agent who now works for an MLS, I learn things every day. I learn things every year when I come to these events. So take advantage, come here, attend the sessions, learn something. The more you know, the further you go.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Rusty. Now, I do see somebody that I do have to stop because she's going to be hitting our main stage here in about 10 a.m. My very own broker, the lady of the hour, Miss Christina Pappas, past president of Florida Realtors, the voice of real estate. Christina, you look absolutely glowing. You look gorgeous as usual. Now, for those that don't know, Christina Pappas is the broker of the Kai's company, of course, as you see here. And Christina, tell us again, I know that most of our members probably already know who you are, but tell us who you are, what company you represent, and of course, what brings you back to Florida Realtors year after year.
So I actually get to work for this guy. He thinks he works for me, but I get to work for him every single day, which is awesome. We're over in the Southeast and now in Sarasota, Fort Myers, and Bradenton area. We're with the Kai's company. We're an independent firm, and it really is just Florida Realtors about the connections, about the education, and really about really growing personally and professionally each and every year.
Now, Christina, you had a phenomenal year when you served as president. I got to say, we got a lot done that year. And you're still in the mix, not only here on a state, local, and national level. But tell us, I know you're going to be hitting our live main stage here at 10 o'clock. We're super excited for that. But give us a little bit of knowledge for those that are tuning in from home. We have several hundred tuning in. And maybe give them a little tidbit of what they can expect for that 10 a.m. session and why they should stay tuned in and not change that channel.
All right. Well, my father says I'm not that funny, but I did build in some jokes, so it should be a little lively. But it's really about the future of brokerage and in an ever-changing industry. How do we stay in front of it? What AI technology is out there? How do we support our agents? And really, what does the future of brokerage look like with all of the changes? It's been 1 year, I can't believe it, since the settlement. And how has that affected your brokerage? How has that affected your business? And what are some of the tools you can implement today to be more successful?
Wow, just from hearing that, I think I might have to make sure that I'm not running around so that I can tune into that session, because it seems like it's going to be filled with tons of great information that everybody, regardless of your skill level, regardless of whether you're new to the business or a seasoned veteran, this is information you definitely want to know. So make sure that you do not move from that channel and from that seat so you can see her at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much, Christina. It's so nice seeing you, and I hope to see you later throughout the day.
I'll see you. Thank you.
All right, guys, let's see if we can maybe make our way back and see what else we can find. I know that this year as well, we made a lot of changes to our convention floor. We moved things around to keep it nice and exciting and fresh and vibrant. And one of the changes that we made is, I know you guys hear me talking about RPAC. You see me wearing my golden R pin. And there's one thing that we did differently this year, and that is that we took our major investor lounge and removed it from a secluded area to a nice private area here in one of our main corridors. This way, people can see all the benefits that you get from being a major investor, not just the benefits that we get from investing in our industry, and of course, securing our livelihood and protecting the communities that we serve, but also the benefits that you get just for contributing and becoming a major investor year after year. As you guys can see here, they've set up a full area with coffee, breakfast. We have nice massage chairs. We have, of course, a nice little lounge area. We can sit up, plug in your computer, maybe get some work done, because of course, realtors are always working. We're always on the clock. But here you have a nice amount of massage chairs. Of course, they're being highly enjoyed by our major investors. We have, come on in here, we can sneak on in. I've got credentials, I can get in here, I'm a major investor. But as you guys can see, we have nice breakfast set up, and I have a lovely young lady here that I'm going to ask some questions to. So, Bonnie, I see you're a major investor. Thank you for your contributions. Tell our audience at home that are watching live, what makes you invest in the profession? Let us know how long you've been in the business, where you're from, who you are, and why investing in the PAC is so important to you.
So I believe in investing in the PAC because we have to give back to the community, and we have to support the legislature of home ownership and private property rights. We have to make sure these bills get passed. We doubled portability, homestead exemption. We go above and beyond for our customers, and we make sure that we can keep them in their homes. It's very, very important. I know the property appraiser personally. I helped somebody save her from getting thrown out of her home. It is a wonderful thing to be able to give back to the members and to the community. I've been a major investor since 2007, and I love being a major investor. Hall of Fame and President's Circle. 21 years in the business.
That's amazing. And wow, since 2007. So we're talking over a decade now of giving to the PAC. And, you know, maybe share with our members watching home, maybe a major win that we recently had as a result of the PAC. I know that we recently got in par with the rest of the nation, right? Because of our businesses to help our business members. So maybe tell them a little bit about that.
The sales tax on commercial leases. Well, that has been a major win for us because we have been fighting this for many years. And we've been chipping away at it, and finally, it's gone. That's it. No more sales tax on commercial leases.
Wow, so if you are one of our business members, or maybe just a business that, of course, is here in Florida, that business tax reduction that has been now abolished to zero is as a result of the efforts of the Florida Realtors PAC and our hard work to make sure that we continue to make you guys profitable and successful and keeping you in the forefront of the nation. So thank you so much, Bonnie. I really appreciate your time. But hey, we're going to go back to Tracey in the studio because we have an amazing lineup for you guys today, and she's ready to get started. So back to you, Tracey.
Have a beautiful day.
All right.
Welcome to Florida Realtors Live. I'm your host, Tracey Velt. I am the contributing editor of Florida Realtor Magazine, and I also host the Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast for real estate agents, teams, and executives. Today, we're speaking with Christina Pappas. She is the president of Illustrated Properties and the Kai's Company, and the 2025 Region 5 Vice President. Welcome.
Thank you. This is so amazing. I love this concept and this idea. It's a pleasure to be here, so thank you.
Yeah. We're going to talk about the future of brokerage, and I want to start with most brokerages talk about being agent first, but there's been a lot of things happening in the industry, and I feel like consumer expectations for transparency and technology. How are you thinking of creating value for both agent and the consumer simultaneously?
So it's always been a balance between a B2B business and a B2C. And so the philosophy in many brokerages, and ours for one, has been how do we support our agents with technology and tools so they can therefore go out and support the consumers. Yeah. And as you've mentioned, consumers are really driving and demanding more transparency, more statistics, and more data. And so in our new era of Kai's, we're also really looking at AI-driven technology, and I know that's become a hot word, so I'll drill down, is really several different ways we've done that is just by employing a bot within our website in which customers can ask any questions and get whatever answers they need direct from our company itself. And then really looking at, and I think we're going to talk a little bit more about the tools and the transparency, the data, statistics, things from that Florida Realtors provides, things that our company provide to help our consumers with that level of transparency that they're looking for. But really, when we say transparency, they're really looking for data-driven information. Yeah. And they're getting very savvy. And so as a company, we're really looking at employing tools that help our agents give that information while also being able to provide that as a company direct.
Yeah, that's great. And so what are some of the specific ways that you're differentiating yourselves in the market? And Are you, is it better splits? Is it tools? Is it consumer-facing value propositions?
So all of the above. No, I think at the end of the day, it's time or money. At the end of the day, we can offer a lot more. Brokerages can always offer, well, not always, but eventually at some point offer money. But really, it's about value. But what exactly do our agents really need? So, and when we talk about tools, so for instance, we now have employed an AI back office to read our contracts to ensure our agents are in compliance, but also get paid faster, right? I like the compliance part. They like getting paid faster. So it's a balance and ensuring that they do. And we utilize companies like ListTrack to, on every single one of their listings, if our agents are utilizing it, their customers are getting information about where their properties are being seen, how often they're being seen, and so having tools at their fingertips to help really educate the seller. We utilize SunStats. We do quite a bit of conversations and trainings around Florida Realtors SunStats to say, hey, as customers are driving you to give them more data about what's occurring in the market, and we're trying to get our sellers to be realistic with where the market is, what tools can you give? And so from a company perspective, we've always believed in partnering with our agent. I joke that my dad calls them bullets in his belt. I say this is a generational thing. I call them tools. Tools in their tool belt, whatever it is. But to be more successful and to feel that they can answer any seller or any buyer at any given moment with a tool that we have provided them. And then utilizing some of that AI on the back office within, whether it's in their property search alert or whether it's in our own forms selection, that they're able to have whatever it is they need as consumers ask and drive for more.
Yeah, I think the whole AI conversation is, it's so multifaceted because you have agents, what they need and what brokers need, and it kind of intertwines in a lot of ways, but like the compliance especially, that is such a easy one to implement, right? It's it's not easy, but you know what I mean. It's like the first one that most brokers do, and then they kind of move up through. But I want to talk about post-settlement. Do you feel like your job as a leader has changed at all?
The one great thing about this business is it's never constant and there's always change. And then my other quote that I like to say is, as leaders, we have to bring our people into the future kicking and screaming. And so settlement definitely prompted some of the kicking and screaming, by myself included and my father and many other realtors. And so I think for us, it was not necessarily about how we are leading, but again, go back. So we recreated our buyer's guide. And it's funny, when we had this whole settlement conversation, it's reminding our agents, they have this conversation every single day with their sellers. Their sellers every single day object to, what are you doing for me? What's the value? What's the value proposition of your commission, and how are you making that work? We have, and we feel very comfortable having those conversations. So it's just flipped with a new person, but that same person was your seller originally, or will be a seller. And so it's really, so we redid our buyer's guide, looking at how do we support our agents in there. We redid our buyer's engagement letter to make them feel comfortable with what the verbiage is. We got out into every single office to train and retrain. We redid our objections over and over again to get our agents to feel comfortable with that. And so I would say our job as a leader didn't change. We just had to refocus what our agents needed in that moment.
And they need it a lot, obviously.
Yes, and they still do. There's still a lot of conversations, and I would say it's always what was the vision of how we were going to be doing business. There's the reality of how we do business, and somewhere in between is what we want. And so how do we continue to pivot and say, all right, we might have said this was the best practice, but after being here for a year, we may want to pivot and say, this might be your best practice now. And so it is constantly making sure that it wasn't one set guideline that we stuck to, but we're continually having those conversations on our quarterly webinars, on our Facebook Lives, and in our training sessions. We also launched March, we're launching Kai's Academy, and that will have training on every 2, 3, 4-minute trainings on all various topics for people to start to get more comfortable with handling those as we continue to pivot and change, like we always will.
I'm going to throw one at you that I don't think was on our initial one.
Okay.
But we've had a lot of mergers and acquisitions in the with Redfin and Rocket, and how does that affect the way you do business, if at all? And do you see that as changing the future of kind of that one-stop shopping, which has been a conversation for as long as I remember?
My father's been in the business for 40 years. I'm a third-generation realtor, so my grandfather was in the business, and everything. My grandfather used to say everything is different, but nothing has changed.
Yeah.
And so everything is different, but nothing has changed. Mergers and acquisitions continue. Consolidation continues in our marketplace, whether it be through tech companies at the time. But I do believe, and this is, we'll say, our consumers are becoming much more savvy with their own AI in their pockets, with their own tools in their pockets. They want to make sure that they're working with a brokerage and an agent that fully understands the market. And so I do believe the agents that are ready and available with the entire resource of their brokerage. So we are a full-service one-stop shop. That is going to help set them apart, because consumers are getting more savvy as that's in the news, right? And as consumers read about it, agents need to have answers to it. And so I don't think it's changed. I think it will continue as the market will. But I do think it's something that agents need to be able to respond to if they aren't that one-stop shop, and how are they handling that with their ancillaries.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Murray talked about this in a book years ago, about kind of the in-between is always going to struggle. It's like the boutique brokerages or the large brokerages. And you're seeing that more and more now, right, with all of the consolidation in that. Let's pivot to recruiting and retention. Anything change in your recruiting efforts or your retention efforts substantially with all of the kind of new competition coming into the market?
So we actually, when a lot of the competition came into the market that were these publicly traded companies, we are not, we're family owned for 100 years and 50 years at Illustrated, and so proudly independent. I started to have that conversation with my father of how do we compensate or have our own stock options, and that seemed to be, and then when I really drilled down, when people were looking for stocks, it was really looking for financial security, and they felt like they had something later that they could cash out, and I joke, at the end of the day, I'm in real estate, I don't know the stock game, I know the real estate game, and so my father said, well, I invested in real estate, why don't we do that with our agents? And so 2 years ago, we started Wealth Builder within our company, and it is a program in which our agents can invest in real estate with us. And so we went out and we pooled our agents' monies. We raised over $1.5 million, and we bought a strip center, a retail strip center 2 years ago. And this past year, we just closed on our second one.
Wow.
And so our agents are able, I hear agents all the time saying, I want to invest in real estate. I don't know how. I'm going to buy an investment property a year. And then we never do it, and we don't save, and we don't. And so we said, we want to help our agents build wealth and believe in the American dream that we're selling. So we've launched those two programs, and those have been wildly successful for from a recruitment and a retention strategy. Then the other one we just launched is something called a 409A. And so again, looking at how we've had realtors with us for 30, 40, 50 years. And I'll include myself, savings not the easiest thing to do, especially in inflation and rising costs and childcare and all those things. And so we now offer, it's a retirement program for independent contractors. And it's called a 409A, and you can invest as a percentage of your commission and change that yearly. You have to invest for at least 3 years. But for us, we've really pivoted from a recruiting and retention standpoint on not just serving our agents with technology and marketing, and that feels redundant, and AI tools, but really in them personally. And saying, hey, we want to invest in you, and that we want you to be with our family for 30, 40, 50 years. And when that time comes, we want you to be financially well, and that we helped you build something greater than just a real estate business. And so those have been really two big pivots that we have found really resonate with a lot of our realtors.
I love that. I mean, you know, a lot of the up and coming companies are going public just for that.
Yes.
to recruit the agents on
For
that.
stocks,
And,
right.
And they've said that out
Yes,
loud.
yeah,
This isn't a
absolutely.
secret.
No, I mean, we looked at it. I thought, okay, well, maybe I could do it with my title company. There's a lot of title companies that partners. We're wholly owned there. And my father said this, and the hardest part about going public is then the agents want the money when times are bad, and that's when we need the money.
Right.
So we said, and then I really truly said, what is at the heart of our business, and that's real estate.
Yeah.
And so really helping them invest in something they know.
Yeah.
It's something I know. I'm like, well, this makes a lot more sense to me than, breaking up a company. And really, truly has been a really cool opportunity for a lot of our realtors. And I was surprised. A lot of those, the wealth builder is actually a 15-year hold, so you don't get dividends for the first 10 years.
Yeah.
And so my father said this might only be for our young agents, but I was surprised at how many of our agents in their 60s and 70s said, I'm going to do this even if it's for my kids. And in 20 years, if you sell the building, there's money that flows down.
That's great.
And so it's a really cool opportunity to meld all of our realtors into a kind of a greater picture of real estate. And it has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at the brokerage of the future, let's say 5-10 years from now, there's a lot that can change and a lot that can stay the same, like you said. Do you think it'll look radically different? What is your vision of the brokerage of the future, and how can brokers today kind of prepare for tomorrow?
So, it's funny. I think we'll continue to evolve, right? And one of your questions, you said it actually is it an evolution or revolution? Yes. And my father says he says he's a bunter. He runs to first, he steals second, he gets to third, and then we make it home. And that's a 10-year process. So we're a 100-year-old company. For us, it has never been a revolution. There are many company and brokerages that have been around for 5-10 years and have really changed the industry. And so I do think there's going to be continuation of model changes, of mergers and acquisitions. But I think what's most important for brokerages that will make it through is realizing what their value proposition and continue to pivot and change and not get stuck in this is how we did it. And realize that, hey, we may have to drop an entire tech stack. We may have to we may change our entire commission structure in order to pivot. And I think that's where the evolution of brokerages come as owners pivot and move. And then I do think there is a whole wave of baby boomer brokerages that are out there, like you said at the beginning, those middle tier brokerages that are saying, what's next? Do I have an heir apparent, or am I merging in with another company to make a bigger one? And I think you'll see a lot of those conversations come to fruition in the next couple of years and potentially be picked up through that process.
Yeah. And final thoughts for agents, maybe one kind of nugget for them to take away.
So, I loved one of your questions that said, like, what would you change about the real estate agent and the value proposition that we say? I think it's, one, back to basics, and two, the old adage that God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, so use them proportionately. Yeah. And I think that in this marketplace, it is so the best tool that you have is your ears and your eyes and understanding where your consumer wants to be and pivoting and changing to that. And understanding every seller and every buyer has a different level of motivation and one size does not fit all, and that when you can build a marketing plan and tools around them, that you, and that ultimately you don't need to be the hero of the transaction, you need to just be the hero for what they hired you for, which is either to buy or sell and move the product forward.
Yeah. Well, Christina, thank you so much for joining me on the live. And for those of you watching, stay tuned. We have the president of the Toronto Regional Board of Realtors coming soon, and also Michael LaFido, who will talk about luxury real estate. So thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Thanks, that was great. I'm sweating, like literally dripping down my back. Great.
always feel you're not good enough. Not at the place you're supposed to be. How many times have you given up? Life's not how you imagined it. In the dark, the night is colder, waiting for the sun to appear.
Mills of hope, baby. Mills of hope. Mills of hope.
Meals of hope. Meals of hope.
Ready. Ready. Wow, I gotta say, that was an amazing session with Christina Pappas, talking about all the amazing things we have to look forward to for brokers in the future and all things we gotta keep our eye on. I know we have a lot of great presenters coming up. We have Mike LaFido that's gonna be dropping some luxury knowledge on us here shortly. But I gotta tell you guys, if you weren't here last night for Party on the Moon, you missed a rockin' party. I gotta say, there was a ton of dancing, a ton of excitement, and tons of new friends and networking were done yesterday. That party is always well attended, and it was a packed house. I gotta tell you, I probably lost 10 pounds dancing, and I didn't have much to lose, but hey, that's what it felt like. But if you didn't make it there, I'm telling you, you missed out. And if you haven't been before, then you definitely got to put it on your list for next year, because it is definitely a highlight of our conference and expo. One of the many great entertainment sessions that we have for all of our members to enjoy after they get done with a full day of learning. So I got to tell you guys, there's a lot of other things to look forward to today. We have our conference and expo that is just in full force on day 2. Our expo is actually packed right now with tons of members checking out tons of different vendors and different presenters that are there. Our Selfie City right now as well is really well attended. We have a lot of social media going out, and we have a live active board that is featured here throughout our expo center and conference floors. So if you're posting and you're here on site, make sure that you're using the Florida Realtor hashtags so that you're aggregated and featured on our live board, and we can see all the great content that you're creating. As you can see, we're also setting up for our awards luncheon that's going to be happening today at 12 o'clock, where we're going to be honoring some of the best. We have a lot of amazing leaders that volunteer their time and give back to not only the communities they serve, but of course to their local, state, and national organizations, and we want to honor them today. Now, we have a lot of great leaders, but only one can win in each category, and I'm curious to know, who do you think is going to take home the crown? So let us know. I don't know if the chat is open, because again, we're going live all day today, and I don't know if we've opened the chat or not, but if it is open, go ahead and tune in below. Let us know who you think is going to win, and let us know where you're commenting from, because we always like to see where we're reaching our members. But as you guys can see, we have people coming down the hallway and the corridor. Let's make our way here and see who we have in our major investor reception area. As you know, that is a private little nook that we've created for our major investors to unwind and just enjoy a little downtime in between meetings, maybe refuel with some coffee, bagels, and just enjoy a little bit of relaxation in these awesome massage chairs. Honestly, I don't even know if there's one open, but if there is, I'm gonna have to sit down for a little bit, because yesterday we walked a lot of steps, and I gotta tell you, these are a hot commodity, guys. I was hoping to get into one, but as you can see, chances are it's not gonna happen, at least for me, in the near future. But stay tuned, because I'm gonna be watching this little section like a hawk, and once one comes, you're gonna find me getting a nice massage in one of those bad boys right there. But if you're curious about how you can get access to this amazing VIP-only area for our major investors, all you gotta do is contribute to the pack and become a major investor. You can find all those levels at our RPAC booth here on site. They'll be glad to speak to you about how to become a major investor, or just how to get involved and start by giving your fair share. But as you can see, we have a full house here, and we have more people coming down the ramp that go to one of our events. We have a lot of educational sessions starting. And as always, guys, I mean, if you're home, check out the Florida Realtors website. I gotta tell you, we have a lot of tools and resources for you guys, all covered by your member dues. We have Form Simplicity, which we talked about yesterday. We have our legal hotline, which is an absolute amazing service for you guys. All you have to do is call in with any of your queries, any of your questions, and go ahead and speak to one of our attorneys right there live that'll be happy to assist you in understanding whatever your legal question is, so that you make sure that you don't get yourself in trouble. We also have our tech helpline. I can't tell you guys how invaluable that service is, to be able to call into our tech helpline and get help with anything, whether it's your cell phone that you need set up, maybe you want to get your email working properly, or maybe your printer stopped working and you need help with that. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's tech related, our tech helpline can help you. So go ahead and check it out. Again, one of the many benefits that we offer to our Florida Realtors members. And if you're not aware, we also have Forewarned, one of our newest member benefits that keeps you safe whenever you're meeting any client that you might be meeting. If you're meeting maybe a new customer that you haven't really had the time to vet, go ahead and make sure that you use Forewarned. Download that app today. It is a Florida Realtors member benefit that is going to save you hundreds of dollars because again, that is not a very economical tool, but yet Florida Realtors made sure it was necessary for you to have, and now you have it. So let's go ahead and make our way back to the main stage. I know we have Michael LaFido getting ready to go on here in just about 6 minutes, and then see if we can maybe talk to one of our members running the hallways and see what they thought of yesterday's Party on the Moon, or maybe one of yesterday's sessions. So let's see if we can grab one person to speak to. Follow me this way, hold on. Let's see who I see. I have these young ladies right here, and they know I'm coming for them. So, did you get a chance to attend the Party on the Moon yesterday?
No.
You didn't? Oh, Summer had to go to bed. Summer.
Maddie.
Oh, Maddie, okay. Maddie, you had to go to bed last night? You didn't want to go dancing? Oh, man. Maddie was a little stowaway. We didn't see her. She was incognito. But tell us, what are one of the reasons that you come to the Florida Realtors Conference and Expo every year? Because I know I've seen Maddie before, and I've seen you before. So tell us who you are, where you're from, what association you're with, and what makes you come year after year to this awesome conference.
My name is Suzanne Scherer. I'm with the Royal Palm Coast Realtor Association and Epic Realty, and I have been coming since, 2000 and something, early 2000s. And it's about networking. It's about learning and connecting and implementing what you learn here at both the association and in your business.
That's excellent. Now, for those members that are watching us from home, what is one thing that you would say to encourage them to, make the jump and come here next year and take advantage of all the great networking and all the connections they can make? But what is one thing as well, aside from that you think is important that they can benefit from coming here?
Get out from behind your desk. Learn, grow, and share.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for taking the time. I really hope you guys have a great rest of your conference. And hey, next time go to the Party on the Moon. It's a lot of fun, I promise. We might even get some treats for you there next year. All right, well, you heard it here first, guys. We're going to go back to Tracey. She's getting ready to go live with Mike LaFido, who's going to be talking about luxury real estate and giving us some great insights for all of you guys to learn, especially if you're looking to tap into that real estate market and that luxury market. Make sure that you tune in for this session. You're not going to want to miss it. So let's go ahead and back to you, Tracey.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Florida Realtors Live Interviews. I am your host, Tracey Velt. I'm the contributing editor of Florida Realtor Magazine and host of Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast. Today, right now, I have Michael LaFido. He is with Lux Group of LPT Realty in Chicago, and we're going to talk all things luxury real estate and moving up.
Awesome. I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming. So you have a tagline, and it's not the market, it's the marketing.
That's
so
correct.
Let's talk a little bit about that. How should agents in Florida kind of adapt that philosophy to set themselves apart?
Yeah, I mean, I look at it as life is what drives real estate, right? Somebody's getting married, somebody's relocating, somebody's downsizing, or I like to say right-sizing. Life is what drives real estate. Sure, interest rates play a factor, but I believe ultimately real estate agents should think like a marketer and not like a real estate agent. So whether that be positioning themselves online, offline, whether it be the marketing of a home that they represent, but thinking differently, and don't, too many agents, I think inside the box versus outside the box. So as market times increase, right, as days on market increase, as inventory sits a little bit longer, agents even beforehand, but they really need to be creative on how they position the property. So, our tagline, it's not the market, it's the marketing. We firmly believe that, right? And so, in this industry that's very competitive, when you represent a seller, you got to do much more than just throw it on the computers and throw it on the multiple listing service.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about that, about more marketing, but really building a lifestyle brand. So tell me, what's the first step? How do agents build that lifestyle brand, and why is it so important?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be your true self. Ultimately, there's a lot of agents out there that, they're not authentic, and they're on TikTok and Instagram, and people can read right through them. So be your true, authentic self. But you are a brand, online and offline, right? People are judging you. So your brand has to be consistent, right? From colors to your contact information. To everything. People are going to audit, they're going to look at it, and you want to see consistency there, right? So we're at the big conference, and some people haven't updated their headshot since the 90s, right? They still have their glamour headshot. So you are a brand. The way you carry yourself online, offline, at the local ball game, at your kids' sports, at the school, people are judging you, and you're a brand whether you want to believe it or not.
And when you talk about marketing properties and kind of building that lifestyle into marketing, what are some kind of creative ways that agents can do that? Yeah, so it starts with location, right? So pre-pandemic, maybe a lot of the buyers were local, but post-pandemic or during the pandemic, we realized that people were buying properties sight unseen, and they might not know a lot about that area, the location, the amenities. So start with the location. When we're producing content and videos and descriptions for properties, we're not just talking about brick and mortar, right? We're not just talking about the actual materials of the home. We're talking about safety, security, what comes with the area, the location, the schools, the shopping, the amenities. So that's all about telling the story, if you will. Steve Jobs did it great with his presentation secrets and creating a brand, and we just put a $5.2 million property on the market last week, and really emphasizing not just the home but the location and all the amenities around that. And in this case, it was a guarded 24/7 gated community, and we don't make the assumption that buyers know that. We're really emphasizing that. Yeah, and I think when you're talking about moving up in price points, that might have set the stage for moving up. But what are your kind of best strategies for agents who really want to move up in price points, whether they're luxury price points or just the next level for them? Yeah, stepping up your price point, increasing your average sale price. That's one of the things that we teach. I have a podcast as well and a book, and we teach that to agents. And there's a lot of ways an agent can do that, because no matter what part of Florida somebody's in, maybe you don't have the multi-million-dollar properties, but you have higher price points in that area. And so there's some things that agents can do is grow their knowledge. And how do they grow their knowledge? Through podcasts, reading books, growing their confidence. I believe if an agent grows their knowledge, their confidence will grow. If they're more confident, they'll step out of their comfort zone. If they step out of their comfort zone, they'll maybe attend that broker open house, that public open house in that neighborhood that they've never sold before. So one of the things that I recommend agents is they go to open houses, they familiarize themselves with the materials, the area, and then perhaps they partner up with an agent in that area, and then they host an open house, a public open house in those price points. Then they learn more about the materials. They have buyers that come through those open houses. Maybe they build relationships with those buyers. As you know, as of August 17th a year ago, buyers don't need to have a buyer agency agreement to attend public open houses. So if you're working an open house and somebody comes in unrepresented and you build a relationship, it's a relationship-based business. Ultimately, you'll increase your opportunities. It's a baseball analogy. The more at-bats you get, the more likelihood you get a single, a double, a triple, or a home run. Most agents need more at-bats, but most agents are afraid to step into the batter's box because they might strike out. And I think that's true with networking too, right? I mean, if you want to increase your price point, you need to network where those buyers, sellers are. Yes. But you need confidence to go to some of those events, right? So absolutely. So networking, it could start with the Chamber of Commerce. So maybe you want to service a certain community and you don't live in that community. Well, you might have to join that Chamber of Commerce and build a relationship with those business owners. Those business owners have relationships. They have past clients, current clients that live in those communities, right? So stepping out of your comfort zone, networking, golfing, going to some of these nonprofit events, charity events, grow your knowledge and your confidence will grow, but grow your network. Your network is your net worth. Yep. Absolutely. And so you called your methods, I want to read this to make sure I have it right, the new standard in luxury marketing. So what does that standard look like in practice for small brokers or agents in Florida without massive budgets?
Yeah, so treating every client like $1 million client, treating every listing like $1 million client. So it doesn't, you don't have to have a deep budget to do that, right? So recently I sold a entry-level property, and we did drone photos and videos for that, even though it wasn't $1 million property. And so I guarantee you, if you looked at the other properties in that neighborhood for sale, no other agent had the drone photos and the video. And so treating that clientele, and it's a way to differentiate so that when you go on that next appointment, or when people are online looking, your marketing stands out. It's better polished. It's a total package. So it doesn't have to be. Many agents don't have those $1 million listings, but treat your entry-level properties, because I believe that there's 5 price points. You have entry-level, you have average price point, you have high-end, which is 2 times your average sale price for your market. You have luxury, which we define as 3 times your average sale price, and then you have ultra luxury. But doesn't matter the price point, if you have amazing marketing, both print, digital, the way you position it, you will attract more opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of them, a lot of people really aspire to get into luxury, but they're really just not sure about just that breaking in. And we talked about this a little bit already. But are there some things that, like very specific things, other than marketing, every property, like a luxury property? Is there anything AI driven that they can do, maybe to tell a better story with what they're already doing to then move into?
So AI, yes, let me talk about that in a minute. But the one thing, I like to use this Hoosiers analogy with Gene Hackman, right? Remember that Hoosiers movie?
Yeah.
Okay. High net worth individuals, they put their pants on in the morning just like you and I do, one pant leg at a time. Many times real estate agents get inside their head and they think, oh my God, I have to, at the end of the day, treat people with kindness, be respectful, and trust. At the end of the day, it's really about trust. What are you doing to build trust with the consumer? And so people are going to Google you, they're going to look you up, they're going to listen to your videos, and they're trying to determine, does she or does he know what they're talking about? Are they trying to sell me a home, or are they looking out for my best interest? So we'll get into AI in a second, but I want to make sure that ultimately it's about trust, and what can you do to build trust and credibility at all price points?
Yeah. Well, let's talk AI. So let's talk about it as it relates to storytelling. What are you doing? What are some things that you suggest? Talk to me a little bit about what you're working on now with AI.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things in the pipeline that AI continue to get better and better, right? And so, for example, I'm speaking on the East Coast at an event for a brokerage, and they've partnered up with a company that will take still photos through AI, and literally it looks like a video zooming in on the room, much better than a few years ago with the cheesy music, and you pan in, pan out. And so AI through photos, through video is really important. Of course, everybody knows the basics, descriptions or social media, but you can use AI for even text messaging for responding to a clientele, right? So, a lot of times audio, I'm looking and I have it cleaned up, and it's just a little bit more well polished. But at the end of the day, don't trust AI. You still have to proof your AI. AI with fair housing doesn't understand fair housing. So there's things that you need to do to make sure you're not putting yourself out there liability, or you don't sound AI. Many agents are using AI in social media and text, and you have extra emojis or hashtags. It screams AI, right? So you want to make sure you soften it up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Let's talk about stale listings. Obviously homes are staying on the market longer right now. You have a kind of a fresh look that you do?
Yeah, I call it my fresh eyes analysis. Stale listings, like bread, right? Stale listings have been sitting on the market longer. Many agents panic. They don't know what to do. And so it's a gift, but knowing what today's consumer is looking for. I call it my fresh eyes analysis. Maybe you've heard of SWOT analysis. What are the strengths, the weakness, the opportunities and threats? Okay. Same thing with the property. I look at each property and we do a SWOT analysis. What are the strengths of the home? What are the weaknesses? Many agents emphasize the weaknesses. If it's got dated bathrooms, why are you showing dated bathrooms in your photos, right? They can see that's a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath. You don't need to show every dated bathrooms. So emphasizing the strengths of the home, downplaying the weaknesses, and then telling the story, right? Being proactive. So for example, I'm selling a home right now in the Chicagoland market that's $1.65 million. State Farm won't insure homes that have cedar shake roofs in the Midwest. This home has a cedar shake roof. So I'm being proactive, talking to insurance brokers right now. So because the last thing I want is we get it under contract, the buyer's excited, the seller's excited, and then the buyer can't get homeowners insurance, right? So being proactive versus reactive. And so a fresh eyes analysis would entail, for those listeners, people watching, maybe agents that sell more homes than you, bringing them in through a private tour, bringing them in through a broker tour, and asking for their straight shooting, no BS feedback. What do you think? What do I need to do? What stands out? What's dated? What do I need to position differently? And being open to suggestions. I call it constructive criticism, but being open to that. And so having agents that sell more homes, getting different perspectives. I do broker open houses early on if I think we might be overpriced or the seller's going to push back on me on some things. Now I'm not the bad guy. I got 10 people that came through that said the same thing, that you need to paint, you need to declutter, you need to do this. Now I'm not the bad guy.
Well, let's finish with your best piece of advice for agents to future-proof their business right now, no matter what the market.
Yeah, I mean, like Wayne Gretzky, said you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. To use a soccer analogy, don't go to where the ball is, go to where it's going, right? So this is where you need to be. You need to come to conferences like this, right? And I know money's tight. Some agents are struggling. Invest in yourself, not just for the networking, but literally what conversations in the hallway, what's working today. I walk out of here with tons of notes for myself. And so getting different perspectives, sometimes from agents from different brokerages, sometimes from agents from different markets. So future-proofing your business is all about being open to suggestions. Who moved my cheese? You got to be willing to be flexible, right? Of course, AI, nobody knows AI can change in 6 months, 3 months, or whatever, but just being in the end and having a network of top agents that you can mastermind with, that you can share ideas, because agents sometimes are tricky. They'll keep their secrets close to their chest, but if they're in a non-competing market, a non-competing brand, then they'll be more likely to share what's in the pipeline. So I'm a big believer that you got to get out there, you got to better yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Michael, for joining our live stream. And coming up next is our NAR Executive Panel with Kevin Brown, NAR 2025 President-elect, Asa Fleming, 2026 NAR Vice President of Advocacy, and Christine Hansen, 2025 NAR First Vice President. They'll be coming up at 11:15.
Well, thank you for joining us. My name is Tim Weisheyer. I have the pleasure of serving as the 2025 president of Florida Realtors, and it's certainly my pleasure to be at Florida Realtors Live again, and we have an esteemed panel that I'll be interviewing and spending some time with today. I want to thank you for joining us, logging in, and watching all that's taking place with our annual convention right here in Orlando, Florida. So let me go ahead and get right to it and introduce who I'll be interviewing and having a conversation with today. First is the one and only Kevin Brown. Kevin Brown is the 2025 president-elect of the National Association of Realtors. He is the broker-owner of Better Homes Realty and Brown Commercial Investment Services. I also am honored to be joined by Asa Fleming. Asa is a 2026 NAR Vice President of Advocacy and a realtor at Allen Tate Realty in Raleigh, Glenwood, North Carolina. And then, of course, the one and only from Florida herself, Miss Christine Hansen, the 2025 NAR First Vice President and broker-owner of Century 21 Hansen Realty in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Thank you guys all for being with us today. And let me just say thank you for your leadership, not just in your respective states and what you've done over the many years, but thank you for your leadership at the National Association of Realtors. As the president of Florida, I understand the partnership that we enjoy between Florida Realtors and the National Association, and you guys are doing the real work, and we're grateful for that. So we're going to go ahead and get right into it. Kevin, I'm coming to you first.
All right.
All right, I know you're not scared and you can handle it. So Kevin, as the president-elect of the National Association of Realtors, you're certainly stepping into this role at a very pivotal time, a time of intense change. A lot of things taking place at the National Association of Realtors, and as you've continued to lead over the last number of years and getting ready to come into your presidency in 2026, I'd love to talk with you a little bit about what you see taking center stage and what it is you're really focused on as we continue to move into the next year.
Thanks for the question, Tim. We are going to take NAR in 2026 to the next level by getting back to business. What does that mean? It means that we're going to be focusing on the issues that impact our members out in the marketplace when they're trying to sell real estate, like financing, insurance, zoning, restrictive regulations, inventory, anything that is a barrier to home ownership. We're going to be tackling those things to help our members in the field. We're going to also treat this organization with the ethos of a large enterprise company, one that is efficient, effective, and that's focusing on growth. And I think that we are going to we just don't want to meet our members' expectations. We want to exceed them. So we are focusing in on the things that are going to help the members on the ground floor. We also have several things that we're working on, like a strategic plan and so forth, that we plan on implementing later on this year. So those are the things that we're working on in 2026.
Excellent. Well, you know, I've had the honor of working with you personally for a number of years. I've seen firsthand your dedication, your leadership, your vision, and your strength. And I can say without any hesitation that I'm proud that you'll be our president in 2026. I know that you will lead us into the direction we need to do, the place that we need to go, and to make the differences we need to make. And I'm excited, in truth, for your leadership next year.
Thank you. And just to add on to that, we're also leveling up on areas that our members already are benefiting from, like our tremendous advocacy program and the things that our members already are getting in terms of our data and information, our resources, including technology. We're going to need our members' help. We want feedback from our members. I mean, one of our greatest strengths is that we are a member-led organization, and we want to hear from our members. We have a lot of new programs we're going to be rolling out. We want to know what's working and what's not working.
Right. Yep. Well, we appreciate you. I'm going to move down the line a little bit here and have a conversation with the rest of you. Asa, maybe I'm saving the best for last, and I'm coming to you after Christine. So Christine, you're a Florida girl. We love you. We're excited about what you're doing and about the opportunities you're going to continue to have to lead at the national level. We got to hear from Kevin about what's going to take place in 2026. as you prepare for 2027, you're really the next future of the National Association of Realtors, and you have time to think and prepare about what it is that you can get ready for. Talk to me a little bit about that and what you see on the horizon as we continue to move forward.
Thank you, Tim. You know, I'm extremely lucky because I get to serve with this leadership team. So it really is creating and setting such a strong, solid foundation for us just to continue to move forward and elevate. We're really focusing on prioritizing and clarifying stronger relationships, building the relationships that we need, that we want to have before we truly need them. There's a few different things. We went around and they spoke and listened to over 75,000 of our members to really listen. What are we getting right? What aren't we getting right? And what are the needs of the members right where they're at? And that led us to be able to have a new and improved, as you know, strategic plan. Again, the CEO, Elechia Wright, and the senior consultant, Sherry Chris, went around and they have spoken to 49 of the brokers that had been carved out of the settlement, not only once, but multiple times, to really hear what their needs are and their members and their agents' needs. So it's listening constantly. The other piece of that is they're going to have another meeting. It is October 13th and 14th, inviting those brokers in to, again, further look at, here's our strategic plan that all of you are going to enjoy that's rolling out in the fall of this year. And the other piece of that is Elechia has brought on Jared Grasso, who had been the CEO of the New Jersey Realtors. He now is working with the associations and the AEs to, again, see what they need at a state and local level to solidify that three-way agreement, to make things stronger, to have a robust relationship. It goes back. I think I'm going to continue on. The theme will be communication and relationship building. So we're having tons of broker summits. Right now, nationally, they're having over 50. So we're moving in to really hone in back to businesses. President Kevin Seema is going to be also enhanced member value and what they need to, because we're in a tough market. And so what is it that we can do to help build their business and move forward? Communicating with the members is extremely huge. We talked a little bit about advocacy, and that really is the health of the economic growth. What can we do to make sure that we maintain and stay the voice? All of the things that I'm mentioning are building that platform. So in 2027, as we move forward, we're just going to take that and try to go one step further and try to be that advocate, not only for our members, but for all the communities that we serve.
Excellent. Well, number one, thank you for that answer, and also thank you for walking through the many parts of that. I love what you talk about with the relationship. The relationship between the local association, the state association, and with the brokerage community is incredibly important. I want to echo what you said with Elechia and what she's been doing and how she's been really shepherding the National Association as a partner with you guys and all the decisions that you're making to make sure we set the stage correctly. And I think something that's really important for people to know and understand is even though the National Association of Realtors has had to navigate some challenges over the last couple of years, I've had the honor of sitting in the room with every one of you guys and watch you and listen to you make the decisions that need to be made. And as a almost 30-year realtor myself, I can say I'm proud to be a part of the National Association of Realtors, and I'm proud of the work that I've witnessed all of you guys doing at the national level to strengthen the work we're doing here at the state level, and certainly that all of our local associations are doing as well. I think you hit the nail on the head when you said relationships. Everyone within this ecosystem understands it's the connection, the relationship between all of us that's strengthening who we are and unifying our voice in a really effective way.
Absolutely, and we're not letting go of the gas. We're going to continue to push through. And one thing that I said was, all of our members, all of you, don't wake up thinking about NAR. But I can assure you that all of us wake up every morning thinking about our members.
Yeah, well, and I've seen that too. I don't know the number, but I've heard these reports about you guys are meeting like every day, every week, every minute, every hour. I don't even know what it is. I know how busy it is to be the president of the state association. I can only imagine how much time you guys are dedicating to this association and the million-plus members that depend on us every single day across the United States. I want to talk about that unification. Your work has been heavy in the advocacy side. You've been a champion across the United States for making sure that we're protecting and preserving private property rights, and you're sitting to make sure that the economic landscape is set up effectively for all members across the United States to not just survive, but to thrive as real estate professionals. the National Association of Realtors is the strong voice when it comes to real estate in the United States, and you're one of the leaders of that. Talk to us about your work and what you've been doing over the last number of years to make sure that we remain so relevant in the conversation.
Oh, absolutely. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to be here. It's an honor to speak with Kevin and Christine on this live stream. I think, serving on disbursements over the past few years has been just an honor. I've gotten to see how the sausage is made. And so, affordability, supply, pressing issues for our members. And so we can do impactful work when it comes to that. And one of the ways that we do that is through our community outreach grants and issues mobilization grants, where we help local and state associations kind of attack affordability and the supply issues. Right here in Florida, Miami, they applied for a community outreach grant that they had shipping containers. They wanted to use shipping containers to kind of address affordability.
Right.
And when they were doing that, they actually uncovered regulatory barriers that would cost, just increase the cost, let me say that, to build affordable housing. And so little things like that on the local, level really helps us bring down the cost. It actually changed some legislation down there where we were able to lower the cost for homeowners and make it more affordable. Out in Oregon, I remember in Oregon we had some zoning and permitting issues out there. And as someone that has served on my local planning board for the last 10 years, zoning and permitting, it's a problem, and so they used an issues mobilization grant to kind of fight these issues, and they actually won theirs as well, and it decreased the amount of regulatory barriers that we have to create affordable housing. The last thing I'll say is, this whole we've partnered up, the National Association of Realtors, with National League of Cities, National Home Builders, to actually attack, try to make a dent on some of the strategies. And we kind of scaled about 40 strategies in order to increase affordability and increase supply. And so the National Association of Realtors is doing their best to keep that at the forefront, and we're going to be making sure the members are aware of it.
Well, thank you. And you know what I like the most about your answer is really where you started. It's not that the last part wasn't good, but it was the point that you made so real and so relevant for our members that are watching this live stream right now, is sometimes people don't know how to make the connection point between what they do as a member, what their local association's doing, and then jumping over us and thinking about the National Association. So my instinct would have been you would have talked about the difference in the policy work at the United States Congress,
right,
and what you guys are doing with the administration and what you're doing with the various departments and agencies that oversee our industry.
Right.
But the way you made the connection back to what happens right here at hometown for every single member is incredibly important. And so often people think, well, I don't understand the United States Congress. I don't understand what you guys are doing at the national level. But the way you just articulated is that what you're doing at the national level is supporting the work that we're doing here at the state level and at the local level, and helping provide access to remove barriers for housing, growth, opportunity, development, and ultimately success for all the members that you guys represent at the national level. Love the way you told that story.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Kevin, I think you brought your crystal ball with you. Did you not?
I
think I asked you to bring your crystal ball. Yeah.
I did.
So you think about, here we are, we're still in 2025. You're the president starting in 2026. For many people, that may seem like it's really far away, but the truth of it is it's right around the corner, and time goes really fast.
Yeah.
So when you start looking forward to the end of your presidency, that's your crystal ball moment. What is it that you would like to see the National Association of Realtors look like? Or how is it that you would like to help the organization be even stronger as you pass the baton ultimately to Christine to carry that forward? What is 2026 going to look like, and what's the end of it going to look like?
Well, that we've helped our members actually help them in their day-to-day business, like some of the things that I talked about when you asked me the first question, some of the issues that are impacting them in their day-to-day business. We actually have accomplished that goal. Secondly, that we are protecting the industry. The industry is being attacked from a lot of different angles, and we have to be able to protect them. So we will have accomplished that. And third is our partnership with our partners within the industry, big brokers and others. We need to forge those relationships and allow them to grow. and benefit from NAR. So if we can accomplish those three goals, I think we're going to be in a good spot. We also have the strategic plan. We'll be well into it. And a long time ago, a few years back, we discovered that we were too outwardly focused. We need to refocus internally on our members. We're a consumer-centric organization, but we also need to be member-centric. Right. So we need to refocus on our members internally. Christine mentioned the 75,000 members that we received input from. That is a very important step from us because we really got a clear look and view of what our members want and need. So around that, we put together 9 initiatives, and we will be well into those initiatives or accomplish them and they put them into place. And I just want to take a second and read them to you. So the 9 initiatives are delivering market trend research, advancing business-centric tools, elevating education event offerings, amplifying the advocacy impact, elevating the realtor brand, being the first voice in real estate, rebuilding partnership foundations, centralizing relationship management, creating value business solutions. So we're going to be using metrics to track whether or not we're accomplishing our goals, how our members are reacting to this, how our partners and big brokers are reacting to our performance, so we can make those micro adjustments along the way. So if we can accomplish all those things, I think we're going to be in a good spot.
Excellent. So one of the things, and you and I have had this conversation, but one of the things that I like about you and I respect about you so much is that you're very disciplined and very focused, and you're very business-minded. And I say all the time, people didn't join the Realtor Association because they needed a new friend. They joined because we're the voice of real estate, because we're a business organization, because we're a professional trade association. And what a lot of times people don't understand is how large and how complex the National Association of Realtors really is. And even just you walking through those 9 points makes it very clear to the members that you guys are focusing on the core issues that you've identified. When you strip away everything else that happens, these are the 9 areas that we want to focus on, and these are the things that we know we have to move the needle on. And it doesn't surprise me that you did that, being the type of leader you are, because I know you'll be very intentional in 2026 of systematically moving through each one of those to make sure we're setting the organization up for a great position in the end.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I really think that, our members today, the market's changed, right? They're focused on their business, hence our theme, back to business.
Right.
We want to focus on our members' business to make sure they're successful within their business, whether it's some of the problems they're encountering in the marketplace or whether or not they want to go up to the next tier in terms of making income or start their own brokerage. We want to be able to provide those resources to the members. We want to be the place, the home base for our members when the true north when they think about real estate.
Excellent. I love it. Asa, I'm going to come to you. We think about what Kevin just said and creating the opportunity for members to succeed. Part of that is removing barriers to real estate opportunity. So we're always looking at the tax and the regulatory environment, and certainly there's a conversation taking place with capital gains and capital gains exemptions in the United States, and how long and outdated that conversation really is, and how you guys are leading the way of making sure that we have that conversation in Washington, D.C. about reforms. Maybe talk about some of the things you're working on from an advocacy, regulatory, and even tax policy standpoint to position not just our members well, but in truth, the entire real estate market across the United States in a better position.
Absolutely. So, NAR has been laser focused on tax reform. You had the one big, beautiful bill, right, as they call it. But, what we're trying to do is make sure that people have the ability to save on the amount of taxes that they're spending. And so what we fought for with that, and months and years went into this, is, permanent business qualified income reduction. We want to make sure that stays there, quadrupling the state and local taxes, protecting the mortgage interest deduction, and just making sure that we protect that state and local taxes as well, that deduction, make sure that it's not hit. And to speak to the capital gains, that we've really been working hard on that. There's an estimated maybe 29 million homeowners in this area that they're just sitting on a lot of equity.
Yeah.
And what is it, about a 28-year type of threshold that they've had this, I think 500,000 threshold. Prices have tripled in the last 28 years. And so even me personally, I've had a client who, bought the house for $500,000, 20 years ago, now sitting at $2 million. And so when you look at that 1.5 million, let's say in profit, you only really have that exemption up until the 500. So that really causes a lot of homeowners to just sit there and say, hey, I'm not going to move.
Yep.
And so what we've been trying to do through some new bills, more homes tax, trying to eliminate the capital gains tax, is trying to make the market a little bit more open and help people feel comfortable to move so that our young people can get into some homes and people can find it more affordable.
Yeah, and I think one of the connection points that people may sometimes miss, the National Association of Realtors did a study that identified that there is over 5 million homes short of inventory in the United States. And I think I saw a report at one point that said 4.8 million homes, one at 5.5 million. I don't know the official NAR number, but what I know is that it's a real number. It's a big number. 4.7 million. Okay. So there's 4.7 million too few homes in the United States. Then you think about the fact that people are sitting on equity that they've accumulated through hard work, discipline, and focus. And now they're saying, I want to sell, but if I sell, I get hit with this major tax implication.
Right.
And what people sometimes take for granted is that the mortgage interest deduction still exists because of the National Association of Realtors. Flood insurance because of the National Association of Realtors. And now you talk about transforming the conversation with regard to the capital gains exemption. What the National Association of Realtors is not only doing for us as members, but doing for all Americans and all property owners, is reducing the tax burden placed on them and creating a mechanism for them to enjoy their equity, their growth that they've invested their hard-earned money in to get to, and help unlock that. Now that does a couple of things. Number one, it's just good tax policy. It's good business policy. It's good America policy. The second part of it is it deals with the shortage that we have and that you guys have identified across the United States. And so I'll maybe just end by saying thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing, all of you, but thank you for being one of the main voices and leaders on that at the national level, because so often consumers, homeowners, and even members aren't always paying attention to or aren't always aware of the connection points along the way and what you guys are doing every day to protect them without them even realizing it. I think it's a great opportunity as well to tell all of our listeners to go to NAR.Realtor. I almost did the Florida Realtors website there. I'm so trained on that. Go to NAR.Realtor and look at what it is that the National Association of Realtors is working on with regard to not just this tax policy, but policy and regulation across the board. Christina,
hey, Tim,
I want to come to you.
Can I just piggyback? I know we're running out of time.
No, totally fine.
Said.
You're the president. We do whatever you want.
A lot of things that our members don't, and the consumer doesn't really understand how much work it takes to accomplish these tasks.
Yeah.
For tax reform like we just had, it was a big success for us and the beneficiaries, of course, of the consumer, but also our members. But last year, we had 5,000 meetings with members of Congress. I don't think our members really understand that. How do we do it? We did it with our very robust FPC program, our federal network of federal political coordinators. Each one is assigned to a member of Congress. When the new Congress came in, once we had the elections, the new Congress came into play, then we scheduled meetings with all of them right away. And we have meetings and leading up to the final tax reform debate and discussion in passage. We were there the entire way. We had several tweaks made. There's an enormous amount of energy and effort that goes into this that our members never see.
Yeah, I agree, and I love that 5,000 number because it's something that most people won't think about, and it takes time. I'm going to use a personal story to maybe double down on what you just shared. In the state of Florida, we just eliminated the business rent tax, the sales tax on commercial leases, a major win, a $900 million tax reduction on real estate in the state of Florida. In aggregate, that represents a $2.5 billion tax cut year over year on real estate in Florida. Now that's great, and I hear the applause and I'm happy for them. Clap all you want for tax reform, I love it. But it took us 10 years to do it. It took us 10 years of constantly communicating with 2 different governors, various speakers, various Senate presidents, various members of the legislature to get there. And what you just articulated is the longevity, the work, and the commitment it takes for us to get these things done. And I think what it also does is it communicates the importance of all of us being engaged. You think about 5,000 meetings, that's great. but there's 1.4, 1.5 million of us. Imagine if we were all engaged in that work. Imagine if we were all traveling up to Tallahassee for my case or to Washington, D.C. for your case, and advancing that even further, and the real impact that we can make if all of us got involved in this work even more. So I appreciate you mentioning that. We're going to start to wind down. Christina, I'm going to end with you as the hometown girl.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
So you're obviously dialed into the idea of creating a unified voice for the National Association of Realtors, keeping us together and keeping us strong, and making sure that we all understand the importance of the local, the state, the national organization, and the influence that we have as one united voice for real estate across the United States of America. Share, if you would, with our listeners and our members at home, your thoughts on that and how you plan to lean into that to ensure that we are indeed that one unified, strong voice.
Yeah, I think we're on the road right now, and I think, like we said, I was joking, I was doing a meeting with a bunch of brokers, and I said to them, all right, we're in a safe space, right? How many of you have a gym membership? And people raise their hand. I'm like, okay, how many of you go? Okay, I'm like, just kidding. I said, we're the National Association, you have a membership. And so for us to be able to do all these things that we're talking about today, our members have to participate just as you've just said. So again, being able to have one voice, we're focusing on being able to be the first to tell our story out in the media. We're focusing on being able to change the way that we have our educational events and programs to be able to meet the members where they need. There's so many things with leaning in on research and technology. So I think the communication and the way to really engage with the members is to give them ownership. So we're here sharing, here's the things that we're doing, here's what NAR is doing for you. But then I want to be able to say, but here's our ask, is please, we need you. It's a two-way street. And so just as you've articulated, we want our members to be able to fact find. If you see something and you read something, check and see if it's accurate, if it's true. And if there's something that we're getting wrong, as Kevin started out, talk to us, tell us, hey, we think you're missing the boat. But it's been hard in this type of environment, in this type of society, where you have people that if you disagree, you have to be enemies. And we're not subscribing to that. We won't subscribe to that. We can have healthy disagreements. The leadership team often does. And we're able to vet everything.
Disagreements are good.
Exactly, 100%.
Yeah.
So we can have and vet every issue to the point where then we understand and can come to the best possible decision that we make. So moving forward and thinking about the relevancy of speaking in a unified voice, we can go so far and create that type of a safe, trusted foundation. Our members need to meet us there, and that's our ask, that's my ask, is let's move forward together. Imagine all 1.4 million of us understanding everything that we do from a national level, a state level, and a local level to be able to first earn a living so that we can continue to volunteer, but how amazing it'll be to have the tools that we need to serve our communities and our home buyers and home sellers. It's been said so many times, there is no National Association of Home Buyers and Home Sellers. We are it. So together we're going to succeed, and we need to have that ownership and be able to have that accountability. And that's a passion of mine.
Yeah, well, and it's obvious that it's a passion of yours, and we appreciate you being your passion, because the truth is, what a lot of people don't know is you guys can be back home in your respective areas, your homes and your offices, running your own businesses, but instead you're giving up time to serve the members that sometimes you haven't even met, but you care for and you're working every single day to support. I want to go back to your point about the unified voice, is I recognize that in the age that we live in, with so much information floating around, it's really just speed to headline for so many people, and they're not concerned about accuracy. They're just concerned about making the splash, getting the click, and somehow making themselves feel relevant, even though they're not the true expert on the subject. And I think my message would be to all of our members, pay attention to and engage with the National Association of Realtors. The information that they're putting out is the most important information they'll be looking at on a national level. Florida Realtors leadership team launched an initiative called the Voice of Real Estate in Florida, and reclaiming that in 2025, because we understand having one unified voice in this state is important. Now imagine the scale and imagine the importance of us doing that at the national level. And so I want to thank you guys for sticking it out, for doing the hard work and being committed not just to the organization, but being committed to what the organization represents. It's that unified voice of real estate. that opportunity to support our members, their profession, their ability to thrive and provide for their families, and for them to truly be the embodiment of the American dream, that small business entrepreneurial spirit that realtors live out every single day. I want to say thank you to all of you for your friendship, your work, your support, and your leadership at the National Association of Realtors. Thank you for taking time to be here with us in Orlando, Florida for our conference and our convention. I know you guys will be running around and shaking the hands of members from all across the state of Florida. We're grateful for you guys being here. With that, I'm going to start to wrap up this section of our live. I want to say thank you to all of you for logging in, continuing to follow us. Obviously, we would love to have you here in Orlando with us. So if you're not here this year, make sure you're thinking about how you can register for next year. But stay engaged. We have a series of live interviews that will continue to take place as our conference continues. And for now, I'll sign off and say thank you for the honor of serving as your president in 2025. Have a good day.
Mills of hope, baby. Mills of hope. Mills of hope.
We're at Selfie City.
welcome back to Florida Realtors Live. We had a great panel with the NAR executives, and now I am here with Tim Weisheyer. My name is Tracey Velt. I am the host, and I'm a contributing editor with Florida Realtor Magazine and host of Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast. So Tim is the 2025 president of Florida Realtors and a broker with Dream Builders Realty. So thanks for joining me.
Well, it's my honor. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your continued work and partnership in what we're doing at Florida Realtors.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about your tagline. It's because I think a lot of people, when they think of the American dream, they just think of home ownership and that's it. But your tagline is Champions for the American Dream. So explain that a little bit and how it relates to our members and Florida Realtors.
Yeah, well, I'll say thank you for the question because this is really important to me at my core. So yes, the American dream is home ownership. We know that, but that's not all that it is. And the reason that we selected Champions for the American Dream for 2025 is that we recognize as the leaders of Florida Realtors and the association itself, our job is to be the champion for our members. So the American dream, part of it is home ownership, but there are other parts of it that are equally important, and that's entrepreneurship, that's small business, that's innovation, opportunity, growth, and that independent status that realtors have. And so when we thought about the theme, we said, what do we do every single day? What is our ultimate purpose? It's to be the champion for our members. What do our members really represent? They represent the most perfect embodiment of the American dream, where they wake up every single day to have to create and innovate to survive, thrive, grow, invest, develop, whatever it may be. So they are the embodiment of the American dream, and our goal in 25 is to make sure we're the champions for them, just like they're the champions for homeowners all across the state of Florida.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as independent contractors, they're in charge of their business, right? And that is their dream, and helping consumers find that American dream as well. I think it's a perfect tagline for Florida Realtors and theme for this year.
Thank you.
So tell me a little bit about the commitment for that and some of the things that you're working on with Florida Realtors right now.
Yeah, so obviously there's always a lot of moving parts. As the largest trade association in Florida and the largest realtor association in the United States, we have a lot going on at all times. The Florida Realtors leadership team has really leaned heavy into a number of things this year. Number one is making sure that we're engaging with our broker community. We understand how important the brokerage community really is to what we do as an association of realtors, and so we've hosted broker roundtables across the state of Florida, bringing in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of brokers and saying, talk to us, tell us about your concerns, tell us about what you're facing, tell us about the challenges that you're dealing with every single day in your business so that we can make sure we're building the best products, tools, and services to support you. We've also leaned heavy into the idea of being one unified voice of real estate. We know that we have the best data and the best research and the best information, but so often we would go online and we'd see other people being cited or sourced or quoted in media outlets about real estate in Florida. And we said, no, that's not going to happen. We're the ones that are the holders and repository of all that information, and it's our members are the ones that are creating it. And so we're going to make sure that we're the ones standing on the front lines for our members to communicate one single unified voice of what's really happening in Florida. I'll do a media call here in just a little bit when we wrap up. I'm doing media call after media call and really dispelling a lot of the inaccurate information that's floating around right now, whether it's about homeowners insurance or property taxes or condominium reform, whatever it may be. A lot of people don't really understand what's taking place, and we're leading the charge on behalf of our members to make sure there's one clear message about how strong the Florida real estate market really is.
Yeah, and I have been at a lot of those broker roundtables. So what was the one thing that really stood out to you in talking to the members in those recently?
Yeah, so I would say there's really two that I'll grab on that. Number one is that our brokers came with this incredible spirit of gratitude. We see, we know, we understand how important Florida Realtors is, and we maybe assumed that would be the case, but we didn't know. And so we went in with our eyes wide open and saying, whatever it is that the brokers need to communicate with us, we wanted to hear it. But they came in and said, hey, we see the value of the association. We know that you guys are working behind the scenes every single day for us to make sure that we can be successful. The second part was their intent and desire to stay engaged with our work.
Yeah.
And we want to continue to lead into that. We want to make sure that we're building pathways and modalities and opportunities that are going to engage the brokerage community even more going forward so that it is a true and a direct partnership. I always think about the state association should really focus on two things: our partnership with our local associations and our partnership with our brokers. brokers. And if we get those two things right from the state level, and the state and the local level focuses on partnering with the broker and the agent, and the broker focuses on supporting their agents, then the entire ecosystem works really well.
Yeah.
And so that was a really good takeaway for us, is they care, they see the value, and they only want to go further with it.
Yeah, I felt like those broker roundtables were just such an important way for brokers to speak out, but we do want them to know they should be speaking out all year long, not just at the roundtables. And one of the ways Florida Realtors can protect a realtor's bottom line is through health insurance. So why don't you tell me a little bit about the health insurance initiative that's going on right now?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to. This is a personal passion for mine. I used to be an elected official, and when I had to figure out health insurance reform for a major organization that I was overseeing, and we were successful in doing it in over a 5-year period, saving $76 million in just the health insurance space, just in that one vertical.
Yeah.
And so when the Florida Realtors leadership team wrapped their hands around this and said, we want to make sure we're dealing with one of the #1 cost drivers for every single individual, family, and business in the United States of America, this team went to work to find a solution. Well, what does that mean? We now rolled out a new health plan navigator that's available to our members across the state of Florida, where they can go to floridarealtors.org, and they can learn about the navigator in the portal that will help guide them to the health insurance options that are best for them. We know that health insurance is important, and we know that every single one of our members, not only do they need quality health insurance, but they need to be able to get back on their feet as quickly as possible. Heaven forbid that they fall ill or have to deal with something in their family. And so we want to make sure they have the tools and resources available. So this navigator will essentially let any member, whether they're a 1099, a W-2, whether an independent contractor, a broker, a small business, a business owner, it doesn't matter. They can go into the health plan navigator, enter just very little information, and I mean very little information, and then be guided to the plans and the options that are best for you. And we're really glad to be partnering with Ventor on this service that now we're rolling out to our members. The portal is open right now for people to pre-register for it. Open enrollment for health insurance officially starts in the fall of 2025. And our goal and our desire is that as we move into the 2026 year, that Florida Realtors across the state have access to quality health insurance that's lowering their costs, expanding the quality of coverage, and ensuring that their health and well-being is even better.
Yeah, I mean, if anything I've learned by working with Florida Realtors over the years is that innovation and change is constant, and they've always been at the forefront of that. And one of those initiatives that you have is the Voice of Real Estate. You mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I want to go into more detail about what that really means and how you're rolling that out, because I think that is so important that we have one voice for real estate in the state.
Yeah, so I'm happy to go a little further. So what we've done is a number of things. First of all, we looked at all the core areas that we know are important and that members, individual property owners, prospective owners, politicians, and media are paying attention to. And we sat down and we said, what is the truth and reality of each one of these things? And again, that could be from property taxes to insurance to home ownership to interest rates. It doesn't matter what it is. And we've analyzed every single area of real estate and have said we know what the right message is. We then have been leading even further into the idea of making sure that I'm responding to as many media inquiries as possible. So I'm on TV shows, radio stations, podcasts, in print, magazines, newspapers, it doesn't matter. And we're bringing that simple, unified message. And what it's done, and I have to say I'm really proud of our team and everything we put together on this, it's really created a lot of clarity in the marketplace.
Yeah.
There are so many times where I'll get a call and they'll say, oh, well, this is, in fact, I just did an interview on site here yesterday with a reporter, and they said, well, this is what we're hearing about the real estate market in Florida. And I said, no, that's not accurate.
Yeah.
This is what's really going on, and this is what this data really means. We live in a time and a place where there's so much information on the internet. And so people read it and they assume, well, this must be right. Well, what is the real source of it? Is it coming from a true verifiable source? And then beyond that, fine, you read the information, but then how do you put it in the greater context? I say all the time, perspective is everything. And so what we're doing is we're adding a clear perspective to the conversation about what real estate really looks like. And in truth, we're also adding a clear perspective to the difference that our members are making every single day in ways that their community, their customers, their clients, and property owners may not even be aware of. But as the voice of real estate, we're certainly aware of, and we're going to continue to carry that message forward.
Yeah, and we had a very successful legislative session, and we are doing a whole update with Trey Goldman later, but why don't you just give me some highlights of the things that you were most excited about, the wins that you were most excited about in the legislature?
Sure. Well, what a lot of people may not know is that the Florida legislature meets every year for a 60-day session. Well, that's in a perfect world. This year's session was extended significantly, and that conversation was going on over and over and over again, and Florida Realtors was there all throughout the conversation to ensure that we're advocating on behalf of our members and the consumers that we represent so well. So I'll give maybe just a couple of quick highlights. Number one, the expansion and funding of the Hometown Heroes housing program was really important. We were successful in having another $50 million allocated into that fund to ensure that our frontline workers, our hometown heroes, have access to home ownership in the communities where they're serving.
Yeah.
We don't want a firefighter that is working in Osceola County to have to live in Seminole County, or that's working in Miami-Dade County to have to be in Palm Beach County.
Yeah.
And so by providing access to down payment assistance through the Hometown Heroes housing program, we're providing that for our teachers, firefighters, law enforcement, first responders, and others, and that's huge. And we've been successful at doing that now over the last number of years, of adding hundreds of millions of dollars to that program to provide housing to tens of thousands of people that otherwise wouldn't have been able to obtain it in the state of Florida. The second is the elimination of the business rent tax.
Yeah.
This has been a 10-plus year conversation for us of saying Florida is the only state in the nation that charges a sales tax on commercial leases. We want to eliminate that tax. We've been working with multiple governors and multiple legislatures over a number of years to continue to work through that.
Yep.
And we were successful in eliminating that tax in 2025. That represented a $900 million tax savings and benefit to real estate. I always say what that means is it represents $2.5 billion of year-over-year tax savings in commercial real estate. And if you're not in commercial, you might say, well, what does that mean to me? Well, it's obvious. We all shop at every single store that pays that tax.
Yeah.
And with that tax being eliminated, it's reducing the burden on small business and large business alike, which is where we get our goods and services. And so by eliminating that, we've created a better marketplace for the entire state of Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to leave our audience with just a great takeaway. What should they look forward to from Florida Realtors? We haven't even mentioned Sable Sign, so maybe this is a good time to talk about that.
Sure.
What should they look forward to from Florida Realtors through the rest of this year?
Yeah, so I would say very focused. I'm a business person at my core, and so every decision that I'm making in partnership with our leadership team is 100% focused on the productivity and the profitability of our members. And I use both of those terms because I think it's really important. You can be more productive and not more profitable, and I want to make sure we're working on both. I'll use Sable Sign to make a point and then come back to that. Sable Sign is that idea of we're always going to make business decisions and we're always going to be innovative. Innovative doesn't just mean in technology. It means in the way we think and the way we operate and the systems and processes we put in place to ensure we're running this association as efficiently and as effectively as possible. We've been paying money to a vendor over many years for our signing product. And we said, wait a second, we can do this ourselves. We have an amazing tech team internally. And so the leadership team went to work and said, we're going to launch our own e-signing platform that gets embedded into Form Simplicity that will not only provide a for realtors by realtors solution, but it's something that we can adapt on the fly. If indeed the marketplace or the needs or demands of our members change, we can change with it. And I think that's just a great example of two things coming together. This forward-looking, business-minded, innovative approach that myself and the leadership team have been taking to say we'll find areas to save money, we'll find areas to build innovations, we'll find areas to make sure we're leaning into what the future will really look like, and we will set this organization up not just for one more year, but for decades and decades to come. I say all the time, we inherited this organization from people over 100 years ago that we don't know who they are. They won't know who I am in 100 years either. But what we do hope is that they look back at the decisions that were made over the points in time that we had the honor of serving, and they saw that somebody at some point in time made the hard decisions to ensure that not only today's realtors, but the future realtors are successful.
Well, Tim, thank you so much for joining the live, and for our audience out there. You heard it from the source, lots of exciting things coming from Florida Realtors right now and in the future. Stand by for Victor Lund. He is the founder of Wave Group, and he is going to talk about brokerage and AI, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're in place and we're ready whenever you guys are. Chris! Ready whenever you are. I'm going to interview, so stand close by. Yeah. About awards. Wow, I don't know about you guys, but those were two amazing, insightful panels. First, we got to hear from our NAR leadership as well as our president, Tim Weisheyer, and then Tim wrapped it up with some more amazing information. I got to tell you guys, if you're not here, I hope that you make it here next year because we have just so much great stuff happening at the Florida Realtors Annual Conference and Expo, your voice of real estate. And I got to say, we're standing right now in front of our ballroom hall where we're getting ready to start our awards event, our awards luncheon, where we're going to honor some of the best and really just thank them for all of their volunteerism and really all the things that they're doing to give back to their communities, their local, state, and national associations. And we're going to go ahead and see who we can stop, maybe go ahead and pick their brain as to who they think are going to take the crown today for some of these awards. So let's see who we can find. We got a good gentleman here. So Mr. Crossman, how are you doing?
Fantastic.
So do me a quick favor. As you know, we're getting ready to go into the awards luncheon and honor some of the best. I know we have a lot of great volunteer leaders, but unfortunately only a couple of them are going to win awards today and be honored for all of their efforts. Now, do me a favor, for all the audience that's back at home watching live, tell us who you are, where you're from, your position. You can do a little shameless plug of what company you're with, and maybe, what brings you back. I know you've been to our conference several years in a row, and of course, I know you're actually a amazing podcast host as well for our local association, Our World, who has probably one of the top podcasts in the nation. So maybe talk a little bit about that, but ultimately let us know what you think about the awards ceremony and maybe who you think might be taking the crown home today.
I don't know who's going to be taking home an award today, but my name is Chris Crossman. I am a past president of Broward, Palm Beaches, and St. Lucie Realtors, current chairman for Beaches MLS. The award ceremony, I mean, really, this is the culmination of everybody's efforts, not just for the current year, but all their years of service to this fantastic association. So really cool to see people get honored here today, and just looking forward to seeing who the winners are going to be.
I got to tell you, I'm excited too, because I know we have a lot of great people that have done just amazing jobs this year and just really continue to speak the good word of what we do as realtors, because realtors care and we care about the communities we serve. Absolutely. And we've got a lot of different awards. I mean, we have Broker of the Year, we have Associate Broker of the Year, you have, of course, our Good Neighbor Awards. I mean, you have so much going on. So tell us another thing, Chris, though. Obviously, you have the Our World podcast.
Yes, sir.
What's one thing that you think that members at home need to know about why they should be involved in their local, state, national organization, and what they can get out of coming to events like this?
Well, we're an advocacy organization first and foremost. So coming here, finding out what our legislative wins were, where your RPAC dollars are going, where that investment is going in order to help our profession, certainly one of the top reasons that you really should be coming to the convention. But besides that, educational sessions are absolutely incredible. The speaker lineup, amazing. The networking opportunities. I mean, I know myself, I've been coming here for a number of years, and there's no shortage of referral business that you can get networking with your members from across the state and across the country, because we have leaders from all over the country that come to Florida Realtors Convention every single year. So you might meet somebody from Idaho that has clients that are moving to South Florida. So make sure that you come here with a lot of business cards, meet as many people as you possibly can, use your time wisely, and don't be the last person at the bar.
Great advice. I mean, we just saw our NAR leadership here live and front and center. So Absolutely. That's an opportunity for members to get to know who's leading them and who's moving that charge forward on the national level. Yeah, Chris, sure. Thank you so much for those tidbits of information. I know we're getting started. Let's go see what's going on in the room and see if we can get a sneak peek. It is a ticketed event, guys, so I know if you don't have a ticket, you're not going to be able to get in. But luckily for me, I kind of get to sneak past them because of the microphone. So let me see if I can peek in here. She's not seeing me, so she's not gonna stop me. All right, so let's see what we can see here. As you can see, guys, we're just getting started. We have a packed room full of tables, and as you can see, we already have our hosts. They're starting off the program. It is amazing in here. The vibe, I gotta say, guys, the energy here is absolutely amazing. Everyone is super excited for what's about to happen. We have live entertainment, an amazing lunch ready to go. As you can see, they're already starting to serve our teas, our coffees, our drinks, and starting to put out our salads. And I gotta say, guys, it is just an awesome environment. We have Southbound on stage, and as you can hear, they're getting the music started because this is a celebration. We are celebrating all the amazing people that have volunteered all year long to pretty much give to their associations on a local, state, and national level, and today we're going to honor them. And again, we have so many amazing volunteers, but there's only one winner in each category, and we're going to honor them today. But guys, I got to tell you, this is an awesome event. If you're not here, you're missing out. So please make an effort to come out here next year, because I'm telling you, this is the place you want to be. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can find a seat for myself. So guys, I'm going to send it back to you over at the studio.
can touch the moon, filling my heart like a red balloon, hearing the bells all ring, something so wonderful's happening, it keeps getting better now, the sun is coming out, hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good it all can be, hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good it all can be, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3, hey, it's amazing how good it all can be. Hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good, how good, how good. Hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good it all can be. Hey, it's amazing to be, because you're making me see how good it all can be. La la la, how good it all can be. La la la, how good it all can
Mills of hope, baby. Mills of hope. Mills of hope.
at Selfie City.
not good enough. Not at the place you're supposed to be. How many times have you given up? Life's not how you imagined it. In the dark, the night is colder. Waiting for the sun to appear. Always looking over your shoulder. On your own, you're facing all your fears. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry, it's alright. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry tonight. Something stronger than you'll ever know. Keep on fighting 'cause you're almost there. I know you feel it, but you're not alone. No. Count on me, I'll always be here. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry, it's alright. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry tonight.
Finding our grip now, perfect fit now, peace we once lost is found. We will scream and shout, feeling you, dreaming dreams of truth. We're out of touch and we're out of line from the eyes of an honest mind. Maybe we are.
Welcome back to Florida Realtors Live. I'm your host, Tracey Velt. I'm a contributing editor for Florida Realtor Magazine and host of Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast. Right now on the stage, I have with me Victor Lund. He is the founder of Wave Group, and we are going to talk all things brokerage AI. So welcome, Victor.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. I've been such a fan of yours for so long. I read everything you write and just have watched your career. It's just great to be here with you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's talk about, you outlined a framework for, let's see, it's a Wave Group report. I want to get the name right. It's 3 tiers of AI. So what prompted you to create this, and how did you come up with 3 tiers?
Sure. So, a lot of people are learning AI for the first time, and it's, the word is such a broad term. I think what we're really talking about today is generative AI. So AI has been around for a long time. So if you've ever set up a search for a client and they automatically get notified when a new listing matches their search criteria, that's AI. Like it's a machine doing the work of humans. Generative AI is a new thing. It's where the AI feels like it's thinking. So if you use ChatGPT on your own, that's what we call Tier 1 AI, or any of the other large language models. So the ChatGPT is called an LLM, or large language model. Tier 2 is a little more defined. It's called retrieval augmented generation. We'll talk a little bit about that, but that's where you're telling the AI, listen, I want you to get the answer, but only look at these documents to get it. And then Tier 3, which is the thing that we're focused on most for our enterprise level clients, really happens on the server side. It involves connecting to live data and actually like using APIs to get other software to do things that you're asking the AI to produce for you.
Yeah, and so, it's probably not surprising that 90% of brokers are really stuck in Tier 1. So what do you think are the biggest risks with staying in Tier 1?
Yeah, so Tier 1 has 2 phases to it. So one of the phases is like what I call free AI. So, with most things that free, you are the product, right?
Yes.
So when you're using free AI, whatever you type in or whatever you do is being shared back to the LLM.
Right.
It's almost like publishing a blog post about your questions to the internet. So you'll find answers that you come up with and you give that might be produced in some of the responses that other people get.
Right.
So the higher tier is the paid tier. With ChatGPT, that's like Pro or Teams. We really recommend that for any business use because that's private and confidential. Whatever your questions and answers are, or if you're uploading content and asking the AI to help you summarize that content, it's all private. Some people are connecting their free AI to their email today.
Yeah.
So don't do that.
Yes. Well, and don't upload anything that's sensitive information. I've heard of someone doing that before, not realizing that as they were entering their financials into AI, that they were actually sharing it with everyone.
There was a broker in a session we had this morning on mergers and acquisitions who said they loaded their financials up to AI and it produced a valuation for them. And I said, oh no. You know what you did. Don't do that again.
Yeah, absolutely. So you had mentioned like disclosure laws are coming in January 2025. So how should brokers prepare for this as they build their generative AI systems?
Yeah, so obviously the relationship between the broker and the agent is normally covered in an independent contractors agreement. So you want to make sure that you're putting your requirements as a broker into that ICA agreement. Otherwise, the actions of your agent may come back on you. So real estate agents are out there using AI to create and imagine videos and photos and write copy about properties and things like that. Well, just because you didn't do it doesn't mean you're responsible for it.
Right.
You caused it to be done. So one of the things that's happening in many states in January is that there's a requirement that if you used AI for the production of anything, you have to indicate to the consumer that you did. So,
Yes.
you know, we always see like an MLS watermark on a photo.
Yeah.
Think about an AI watermark on a photo. Now, some of the AI companies are actually saying, well, we'll help you with that watermarking. Others aren't. We're really going to see what happens in January. But for real estate brokers, you need to put a policy statement out that indicates that if you're using AI in your business, please tell whoever you're sharing it with that you have
So
done
could that just be for, you know, writing a listing description that you have to say this was AI?
written by AI.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, possibly. You know, it
Yeah.
depends on the state. I think you have to read the law.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to talk about how laws are going to be enforced before they're even activated. So,
Yeah.
you know, we could see a lot of change happen in January. I'm sure people are going to be confused.
Yeah. Well, and it's good. I mean, I've seen, I think it was Wired recently had to pull an article that was completely generated by AR, fake people in the article and everything. And it missed their filters. But obviously, things are going to fall through because that's just the way it is, right?
The Miami Herald
yeah.
got hit today.
Okay, they did, yeah.
They had I read the article
Yeah.
in my news feed, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've seen some weird things happen, you know, especially, I know, like at Housing Wire, you guys really talk about economics and like, is unit volumes going up or down? And we've actually, Kevin Hawkins, who runs our PR and communications company, just used AI to do some market assessment, and it actually flipped it on its back. It got it wrong. It said, you know, sales were up when they were actually down, and the numbers, and it even reported the numbers, like, the math was obvious, you know, so yeah, you have to be super careful, keep a human in the middle.
Yes, definitely. And he told me that story at the Housing Wire's AI Summit. He mentioned it, and he said,
He's
be careful. I know. So let's talk about Tier 2, because it unlocks like real collaboration across departments. So explain what that is and why brokers should be getting to that tier soon.
Yeah, so Tier 2 is, I would say when people step beyond Tier 1, it's the most place where we see brokers activating AI in their business, and we're just wrapping up a project with a brokerage in California, and they created an AI called Ask Mike. And what they've done is they've taken 130 documents accumulated from their state association, from the state law, from training guides that they have, their broker documents, all of the forms that are used in a transaction, and they've combined all of these to like a chat center.
Yeah.
So now they're not asking the broker the question, and it's clear that you're not asking, like when you ask Mike, it's not Mike, the broker, that's actually answering it, but it's Mike's assistant. And what Mike is going to do for the agent is whenever the agent has a question, it's going to use AI to pour through those 130 documents and come up with the best answer possible. So that's called retrieval augmented generation.
Okay.
So what's augmenting the generation or the generative AI are the documents that you loaded and formulated. So you've trained the AI. And then there's a feedback loop. So when the agent gets the answer, it says, well, did I help you or did I not help you? So using that feedback mechanism, we're able to contribute additional documents, explain things more clearly to the AI, so it gives better answers in the future. So you actually cultivate this AI as an assistant that is really a know-all for your business.
Okay.
And so that RAG implementation, or retrieval augmented generation, allows for less of a hallucination, and then answers that are more accurate to your business. Florida, you know, if an agent from Florida asked his California AI about something with real estate, it might give the bad answer because California is different.
Right.
So that's retrieval augmented generation.
Is that kind of, I know EXP has done digital twins of their C-suite. Is that kind of what a digital twin is, or?
Yeah, I mean, it can be. I mean, the digital twin is a little more, it's a little more and a little less, okay?
Okay.
So in terms of a little more, like they actually take your character.
Yeah.
And, you know, using a 360-degree camera, I can really turn, and you've seen this in like video games,
Yeah.
right? So I can create you in a video game, and I can adopt your voice and give you that voice and create character animations. I mean, you've probably seen this stuff, but you can literally write an entire movie in AI with no actors today.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit of where EXP is going.
Okay.
But the second thing is, how do I give that facsimile of myself, my digital twin, how do I give them my character?
Right.
And so that's a little harder because
Yeah.
it takes a lot of content. So you try to, you start someplace and then you grow it over time. But yeah, I mean, folks are pretty consistent with their answers.
Yeah.
I know you've worked for years with my friend Steve Murray, and I think you could probably give Steve's answers to many,
Yeah.
many questions.
Yeah.
And so you are somewhat of a digital twin for him, but
not quite.
imagine if you captured everything. It's pretty wild.
Oh, I'd love to have the knowledge he has.
Yeah.
So let's go on to the tier 3, which is, you say, is the future brokerage, and you say it's actually already here, but most brokers aren't really doing it. So what's a real world example of a tier 3 AI and real estate brokerage?
Sure. So I think Compass has probably published more on this than other real estate brokers. So we try to only speak publicly about things that brokerages have shared publicly. So in the illustration that Compass provided at their annual agent meeting in Denver this year, the agent said, hey, Compass AI, can you tell me what's on my calendar today? And it said, sure. And it mentioned in my name. He said, you have 5 meetings today. Your meetings are with blah, 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 blah. And you have 4 tasks due. Blah, 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 blah. And he goes, great. Would you please look into my calendar and tell me if I have any customers having a birthday this August? And it said, sure. And it took a little second and said, you have 4 customers who have a birthday this month. And he goes, great. Would you put a task on my calendar to reach out to them and tag my assistant, Jay? Now, what happened there? So in the first one, it looked at the calendar, whether you're using Office 365, you're using Google Workplace, you're able to just look at the calendar and read what's on the calendar. The second thing is a little more. In this case, it's using an API access to go into the Compass CRM. I think they call it Compass One or something.
Yeah.
It goes into the CRM, it looks through every customer record in the database and tries to match with any customer that, number 1, has a birthday, like, did I fill in the field?
Right.
Number 2, give me the results. And number 3, it actually created a task for that agent on their calendar to follow up with those customers, and even tagged his assistant to hold him accountable for it. So you see how the AI is listening to the agent and really doing things and doing applications? It requires connectivity to live data, in this case their CRM and other things.
Well, I know Wave Group is doing a lot with AI. I know Kevin specifically specializes in it. So tell me a little bit about what you're working on and where they can find this report as well.
Oh, sure. So you can find the report at wavegroup.com. What Kevin does is he writes a weekly column that talks about AI and real estate and really gives people sort of an expert overview of what's working, what's not working, how things are going, the troubled waters ahead or the clear waters ahead in the sunshine. But it's really great, like just to get 1 ounce of real estate specific AI content. So please sign up at wavegroup.com for Kevin's weekly. Additionally, we have built a company called Fluente. Fluente is a wholly owned subsidiary of Wave Group. We have a technology company at Wave Group. We build technology, but we've taken a little bit of a different approach to this. So when Wave Group works with a brokerage or an MLS to build AI technology, we build it for you. See, we have the strong belief that you should not rent your AI. You should own it.
Yeah.
And if you agree with that, you're not going to call up technology companies and say, what can I buy that uses AI?
Yeah.
You're going to say, hey, how can I work with Wave Group, or how can I develop a team internally that's going to help my company control our destiny and our future with AI?
That's great. And so final question is, if there's one thing brokers can do today to kind of move up the tiers, what would that be?
Yeah, I think you just have to jump in and get started. You know, you can read stuff that we do. You know, the really cool thing about AI is you can ask AI that question and it'll help you. But, you know, if you need a guide, you know, we can be your spirit guide, whether it's just advising you on how to get through the first steps or working with your tech team to do the first thing. You know, we get you started with it. So just get in there and do it and start working with it and become comfortable with it. I'm pretty sure it's not going away.
No, definitely not. Well, thank you, Victor, for joining Florida Realtors Live. And for everyone in the audience, the report is called The 3 Tiers of AI, and you can find it at wavegroup.com. And next, we will have Chris Bird on the tax changes that impact realtors coming up live in about, I don't know, let's see. He's coming on at 1 o'clock, so join us then. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I gotta say, I love this guy. I love that you're bringing all the energy, running around, making sure that people are connected to what we're doing here.
It is an amazing opportunity to network.
Go out there, conquer the world, and be productive.
I gotta say, I love this guy. I love that you're bringing all the energy, running around, making sure that people are connected to what we're doing here.
It is an amazing opportunity to network.
Go out there, conquer the world, and be productive.
that we could do things to do, that we could do things to do, that we could be on top things to do, that we could things to do, that we could do things.
Welcome back to Florida Realtors Live. I'm your host, Tracey Velt. I'm a contributing editor for Florida Realtor Magazine, and I host Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast. Right now, I have on the stage Chris Bird. He is with Chris Bird Seminars in Illinois, and we are going to talk all things taxes for real estate agents. So welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's start with the basics of the big, beautiful bill. What passed, and what are the key federal tax changes that real estate agents should be aware of?
Well, Tracey, the bill basically was an extension of the previous bill, which was the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 17, which was in effect from 18 through 25. And there's so many provisions there that were going to expire on 1/1 of 26. So the biggest issue of the OBBBA was to extend many of those provisions. Now, in doing so, there are 104 tax positions or tax issues in the OBBBA, and of course, not all of them impact realtors.
Right.
But the biggest things that I think, and I'm very positive about this bill, the tax rates on most individuals in this country were going to go up 1/1 of 26 if this bill did not pass.
Right.
And now they're not going to go up. In addition, there were many self-employed business issues that were extended and even made better by the new bill. So overall, I mean, I've been teaching this bill all over the country since July 4th. The reaction has been very favorable, and there's not a lot in it that's going to cost people money.
That's great. People like that. I want to talk about, they increased the Section 179 deduction cap, and that's for agents investing in technology, vehicles, home office upgrades. So what qualifies and how can they maximize that deduction without triggering audits and that?
Well, let's do that in reverse. Triggering audits. I'm an ex-IRS agent, and what I just told the class a few minutes ago is, while there is an IRS, there's no IRS agents to audit. So the last thing I'm worried about is an IRS audit. On the other side, though, I always instruct and teach, do it right, and then don't worry about an audit. They're not going to happen. But the 179 deduction is the ability to write off cost of assets that we buy in the first year. And what they did is they doubled the limit from $1.25 million to $2.5 million, which really doesn't help the realtor because we're not capital intensive businesses, nor is a speaker like me. But for the building contractor who would buy cranes and expensive equipment, jumping that from 1.25 to 2.5 million is the real win. So what really qualifies is it's tangible property like vehicles, like computers, like desks, filing cabinets. The realtor can write it off the first year if they want to.
But in the past, if they bought, let's say, an expensive vehicle, did they have to write it off over multiple years, and now it's only after 1 year, or is that the same?
Well, it just depends on the kind of vehicle.
Okay.
And I've talked about this for years with Florida. If it's the heavy SUV or the heavy pickup truck, and that's with a gross vehicle weight rating greater than 6,000 pounds, the write-offs are exponentially better than buying a light SUV or a light pickup or a regular car, which has to be taken over years.
Okay. Let's talk about meals and entertainment, because they've made some changes there as well.
The entertainment, unfortunately, even with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, is zero.
Okay.
And that's now permanent. It's still zero. Meals are 50%, so business meals. And what I encourage people to do, Tracey, is on the entertainment side of it, isn't entertainment really business promotion and advertising? For example, a client appreciation event. That's not entertainment. That is 100% deductible as business promotion or advertising. So our listeners need to talk to their tax professionals to get rid of that entertainment account, because that's a big zero.
Right.
Get it into some other category.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's really marketing, right?
It is, exactly right.
So the QBI deduction, are there any changes or clarifications to the 20% qualified business income deduction that affect realtors with LLCs or S corps?
Well, the first thing I want to say is when the Tax Cut and Jobs Act first came out in 2018, they really did not want to give the real estate community the full benefit of the deduction. And in comes NAR and in comes RPAC and the state affiliates, and they get it done. They made sure that realtors were covered fully by the QBID deduction. That, Tracey, is the single most significant tax benefit of my entire career, that every self-employed person can take a write-off of 20% of their profit every year, and that's now permanent. Okay. So the OBBBA made it permanent. It was going to expire 1/1/26. Now, what they've also done is they've enhanced it a little bit, where people at higher levels will get a little bit more QBID, but it's all good news.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to talk about the retirement planning. So there are new opportunities or missed chances for agents. What should they consider in terms of SEP IRAs, solo 401ks, Roth conversions?
And that's a loaded question. But,
yes.
Anybody new to real estate in the first 2 or 3 years, and I'm a certified financial planner, I would be delighted if they would start a SEP IRA. But once they realize that this business is what they want to do and they're going to make more money, I would recommend they consider rolling that SEP IRA into a 401k for the self-employed, and they're known as solo Ks or safe harbor 401ks, but it enables them to put away more money. That's the big thing. Now, the issue of a Roth IRA is simply that now you have money in a tax-free growth vehicle instead of tax-deferred. And I'm a big Dave Ramsey fan, and you've got to have assets in different buckets, and one of those buckets needs to be a tax-free bucket, and a Roth IRA is the way to go.
Yeah.
Not all or nothing, but some.
I have a problem with 401ks. I don't think they should be taxed anyway, personally.
Understand.
But, you know. So a lot of agents are investing in short-term rentals. So what federal tax considerations should they keep in mind for this year?
Well, I'm also a heavy in rental real estate, and I've never been into the short-term side. I'm in the long-term. In fact, just over lunch before we came up, I got notified from a tenant they lost their job and have got to move. So there's the joy of owning rental property. But the beauty of short-term rentals is the higher daily rate of rent. And the realtor needs just to understand this. They really don't own rental property when they own a short-term rental. They own a hotel in the IRS's view. So the depreciation is slower, right? But other than that, all the income is taxable. All of the costs associated with it are deductible. But then the issue comes up as to whether they have to materially participate on a daily basis in the operation of the rental to benefit by all the losses, or whether they have a manager taking care of it, which means they're not going to get the write-offs. Yeah. So, Tracey, it's a very complex question to answer, but it's a can of worms. It really is. And the self-employed people that own short-term rentals need to literally have their accountant in bed with them on this to understand what's going on.
Yeah, and as with everything we're talking about, always work with your own tax professional on all of the different issues that we've talked about today. And one of my next question was about risk and audit risk, but you told me there is really no audit risk, so
do it right. Don't look over your shoulder, and the last thing to be worried about right now, Tracey, is an audit by the IRS.
So what are some things that you recommend to your clients to prepare for tax, to prepare for this season of taxes, but then future-proof yourself?
Well, if I can digress for just a minute, and there are 3 new deductions, and really 2 of them that don't apply to a realtor, but it could very well apply to relatives of realtors.
Okay.
So there's a brand new tip deduction, which the first so much of tips is non-taxable. They get a big deduction from. So if they've got a child that's a wait server, a wait staff or something, they need to be talking to their kids about this. There's also a big new deduction on overtime pay, and both of these go back to 1/1 of 25. So it's not for the real estate community here so much, but
Right.
you could have a realtor that's also a waiter at a restaurant,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And those are brand new. They're short-lived. They're only in effect from 25, 26, 27, and 28, but it's really pretty cool.
Okay, great. And so let's go back to the other question. Like, what should they be doing to prepare today? What are some tips that you have?
Well, number one, I would recommend that all of our listeners try to schedule a meeting in the next 90 days with their accountant. And that would be to how do we position ourselves for this new tax bill? For example, the new bill took away the energy credits on electric vehicles.
Right.
So if you take possession of an electric vehicle after September 30th of 2025, you lose the credits, which could be either $7,500 or $25 or $4,000 if it's used. And you know, when I flew in here yesterday, I cannot tell you the number of electric vehicles I've seen driving around town. On home and second home energy expenditures, windows, doors, solar, things like that. They need to get that done before December 30th, December 31st, because if they wait until January 1st of next year, they lose those credits. So those are some of the timing things, but you know, September 30th is a month away.
Yeah. So are there any expected federal or state tax law changes, well, really in the state, but such as further tweaks to depreciation rules, capital gains, or estate taxes?
Well, as a student of new tax law, all right, with this new OBBBA took so much time and effort, I don't look forward to much more this year yet. Now, maybe next year some tweaks, but not this year.
Okay, any last thoughts you want to share with the audience on some of the changes?
Well, contrary to a lot of thinking, I personally believe that paying taxes is good. And the more you pay in taxes, the more you're making. And every class I teach, people come up, I pay no taxes, things like that. And you know, paying taxes means that you can put money into your retirement plan. Paying taxes means that you're going to draw more Social Security. And the opposite is true. If you're not paying any taxes, you're not gaining any of these benefits.
Yeah, just a little bit less.
Don't pay a dime more than you should. That's for sure. But there's a belief system in this country that people don't want to pay any taxes.
Yeah.
And I just don't agree with it.
Yeah. Well, Chris, thanks so much for joining us on the stage. I appreciate it. For those of you listening, we have a 1:30. We'll do a 2025 legislative update with Trey Goldman, our VP of not law and policy, but of legislative. So thanks for listening and join us soon.
At Florida Realtors, we are all about innovation for our members. We're always listening to feedback, researching, and continuously striving to build platforms and to introduce tools to help your business grow and flourish. In 2024, the NAR Technology Survey revealed that Realtors cited e-signature as their #1 most impactful business technology tool. And that's why I am incredibly excited to introduce SableSign. SableSign is the new official electronic signature solution built by Florida Realtors for Florida Realtors. That means this is not a third-party platform. This is your platform. We listened to you, and we built a tool that offers improved reliability and mobile functionality for seamless, secure online signatures. You can sign anywhere and at any time. You can trust every signature. It's really that easy. And the best part is, it's available now. Check out the website for more information or to get started. And welcome to the new era of digital signing, redefined.
Mills of hope, baby. Mills of hope. Mills of hope.
Meals of hope. Meals of hope.
We're at Selfie City.
As we all know, the cost of healthcare and health insurance is something that we all have to deal with and navigate every single day of our lives. And as the 2025 president of Florida Realtors, I'm incredibly excited to let you know that we are rolling out the new Health Plan Navigator by Ventor. This navigator is designed to help you find the best healthcare plan for whatever your individual needs may be. And that's whether you're a broker or an independent contractor. This exclusive member service will help you compare health insurance plans, see if you qualify for tax credits, and access discounts on wellness tools. And maybe the best part of it all is, it's all in one easy-to-use portal. So start exploring at realtors.org/navigator, and we look forward to you taking control of your healthcare coverage. say I love this guy. I love that you're bringing all the energy, running around, making sure that people are connected to what we're doing here.
It is an amazing opportunity to network.
Go out there, conquer the world, and be productive.
you're not good enough. Not at the place you're supposed to be. How many times have you given up? Life's not how you imagined it. In the dark, the night is colder. Waiting for the sun to appear. Always looking over your shoulder. On your own, you're facing.
Welcome back to Florida Realtors Live. I'm your host, Tracey Velt. I'm a contributing editor with Florida Realtor Magazine and host of Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast. On the stage with me right now is Trey Goldman. He is the Senior Vice President of Public Policy at Florida Realtors, and we're going to talk all things legislative session. Welcome, Trey.
Hey, Tracey, how are you?
I'm doing great. So we had some very big wins. And I want to talk, just give me a brief overview of some of the biggest ones, but then I think the business rent tax is probably the biggest.
Yep.
So let's go into some of them.
Okay, so let's start with that one. That is by far the biggest, and you called it the business rent tax. It is really the sales tax on commercial leases.
Yeah.
But when you are selling this to the legislature, you need to simplify, right? So we came up with business rent taxes, BRT. This has been a 10-year odyssey. We started a long time ago. The state sales tax is at 6%. It was first reduced 0.2%.
Yeah.
Right? And so some years it wasn't, sometimes it was. It worked itself down. It got down to 2% last year, right? So we're at 2%, and then there's a local option. So this year, the legislative session was really kind of rocky. I mean, from the get-go, we have committee meetings before session even starts, and there was 3 different special sessions, and we had a week in Tallahassee lost to snow, if you can imagine that.
I can't believe it.
Right? My street looked like Vermont.
Yeah.
It was just,
That's
it was wonderful.
crazy. Yeah.
But, you know, and for the process, it kind of backlogged things, and they really never caught up. So going forward, you know, we had a regular session, and the legislature couldn't quite bring it in for a landing. It was extended another, ultimately, 45 days.
Yeah.
Well, I think the Florida Realtors were the big benefactors of that, because the one thing the legislature knew and agreed on was that they wanted to do a tax reduction, so they did it on business rent taxes. They didn't just reduce it a point, they repealed it.
That's great.
Right, so there is no more business rent tax, and they extended that also to the local option, right? So now counties can't have a business rent tax either. So the fiscal on that is about $900 million just on the 2%, right? So this is the last 2% that started at 6. So it's pretty remarkable. We're probably looking at, you know, overall $2.5 billion.
Yeah.
And that's annually.
Yeah.
Right. So if tenants aren't paying this, right, think of what they can do for their businesses.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think it's just a huge win. And, you know, it's always good to deliver something for the commercial brokers, because we're generally, you know, a residential real estate organization.
Right.
But we have appraisers and commercial brokers. And so I think that they were the big winners this year, not just within our organization, but I think across many stakeholders in Tallahassee. So
Yeah, that's
just
amazing.
tremendous. Yeah.
So what, you know, what is this year's legislative outcomes? How are they directly expanding housing affordability and access to homeownership for Floridians?
So, you know, there are a lot of pressure points today in buying a home and staying in your home, right? Even if you're not going, like there are, these things are catching up. So it's kind of challenging. And then there's also a sense that some people with a lower interest rate may not be willing to move to upsize or downsize, right? So you have these pressure points, like first, you know, so many people moved to Florida, they drove the home prices up. You have interest rates, which, I mean, think about interest rates prior to COVID and now today. You have property insurance rates that are expensive. And then because the sale triggers reassessment, you have property taxes going up as well. So all of these pressure points, one of the things the legislature did which they started in 2022 as a Hometown Heroes housing program, right? And that's a 0% loans for closing costs and down payment assistance, right? And it's designed to be evergreen, but it's not there yet. So the legislature has to annually fund it.
Right.
And so we're at north of $300 million since 2022, which was year one, right? But this year they allocated another $50 million. And, you know, it was initially designed for just first responders, right? And then it expanded to all occupations, and now it's back down to first responders.
Okay.
So, you know, it's a bit in flux, but it's an amazing program. It's open now, and, you know, my daughter's 26. She bought a home not long ago, a couple years in Pensacola, God bless her. She was not able to use this, but I know so many people like her are able to, and, you know, if you can just get your foot in the door, right, and then you can start building up that equity. So I think this is just tremendous, and it's very helpful for getting people in your first home. And if you cannot buy your first home, guess what? You can't buy your second home.
Yep, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, and so what will, with the new, there's new resiliency investments were secured in 2025, and how will they influence property markets, insurability, and long-term growth?
So that's a really interesting question because, you know, with property and separately, property insurance, you know, the market in 21 essentially capitulated, right? And we had a special session in 2022 to bring back the property insurance market. Now, what we're trying to do is make Florida attractive to private insurance capital.
Right.
So this week, we just got our 15th new property insurance company.
Yeah.
Okay, and the same thing is going on here with resilience. Resilience. And so this is the My Safe Florida Home program, right? This year, there's $280 million allocated. We're over $600 million to date when this was initiated in 2022. This is a grant, 2-for-1 grant program to allow homeowners to harden their homes, right? To make them more resilient. So if you put up, you can essentially outsource, you know, 2/3 of the cost of making your home more resilient. And if you think about, you know, Hurricane Andrew led to some building code changes, and then later in 2008, more additional building code changes. But Florida has, I think there's probably 6 million homesteads today, and they're not all new, right? So we have to make our existing housing stock more resilient because that's the next evolution in property insurance and safety, like if you can shelter in place and you don't have to leave during a storm. All of these things are working. And so this program is it's for single-family residential homes and townhomes that are an insured value, so not necessarily the property value, but the insured value of $700,000 or less. And I think this is wonderful. I wish there were buckets more money, you know, because, I mean, my home, I live in a 1954 home.
Yeah.
You know, it's been, you know, updated a bit here and there, but I could use some of that resiliency money.
Yeah, we're in the market for new windows on our home, so we don't even have double paned at this point. So.
Right. Oh, yeah, you are. Better catch up. I hope you're not on the coast.
No, we are not. We're not. But yeah.
Yeah. So it's good. I think it's a great program.
Yeah.
We have a tremendous amount of legislative buy-in. It's sort of prioritized by income, which I think is important.
Yeah.
But overall, like if you just think about in a big picture, you know, at 40,000 feet, Florida's a sandbar, right? I mean, you can fly across it pretty quickly, and a Cat 4 storm can run across it pretty quickly too.
Right.
Ian came in Fort Myers. It left in Volusia County. It left with 26 inches of rain.
Yeah.
Right. So you know it's paradise, but you know there's a cost, and we got to be careful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what progress have we made on water quality, wastewater, and infrastructure improvements?
Okay, so that's a good question. That's, you know, high level. Like here's what's going on. We, depending on where you're standing in Florida, if you say water, it means something very different. Like, are you talking coastal, inland, lakes, streams, surface, underground, king tides, I mean, there's so many different things. And Everglades, Indian River Lagoon.
Yep.
So what the legislature's done, and they've really stepped up their game probably the last 7 years in terms of funding. And this year, the legislature funded $1.5 billion. And, you know, I can't point to a street address or a zip code.
Yeah.
But, you know, and sometimes it's hard to even see because some of it is underground infrastructure.
Right.
Right. But the legislature has put this money to use at a local level, at a county level, at a state level. They're doing tremendous things for the red tide, you know, the Everglades, the Indian River estuary, all of these things which make our state wonderful, right? No one's coming here to climb the mountain,
no.
Right? They're all going to want to be on or near the water.
Absolutely.
So all of this makes a tremendous difference. And, you know, we can't necessarily take credit for this, but, you know, realtors, we don't sell homes, we sell communities.
Right.
Right. And if you have water-related issues, you are going to have a hard time. Like all of us. And it's not a place we want to live in. I mean, water is a resource, and we need to protect it. And the legislature's really done a tremendous job recently about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So let's talk about strengthening private property rights and fair housing protections. What are we looking at there?
So if you remember last year, the legislature passed a residential squatter bill. That's how we talk about it, right?
Yes.
So, and it allows property owners to get squatters off of their property really quickly. I mean, they've kind of flipped the script, and so you can get a squatter off your property. And I personally don't know of something where I've not been involved in something like that. But you know, when I give legislative updates around the state of Florida, I say that, and everybody goes crazy.
Yeah.
They all applaud, and we see those stories, and you know, whether you're in someone's home or business or Airbnb, you have these squatters, and it makes the headlines, and it's tremendous. And so that was last year. The legislature passed legislation for residential squatters. Okay, they came back this year and did the same thing for commercial squatters.
Okay.
And also for public lodging, which you think of, you know, this hotel.
Yeah.
But public lodging also includes Airbnbs, right? And we've heard those stories where you move into an Airbnb, like not you, Tracey.
Yeah, right.
Maybe they move into your Airbnb,
Right.
and then they decide they're not leaving.
Yeah.
And then law enforcement shows up and they say, well, I got a lease.
Yeah.
Right? And all of a sudden we're stuck.
Yeah.
Right? And so we have to go off to court.
Yeah.
And so the legislature's really just flipped this formula.
Yeah.
And I think that is a tremendous win for property rights for our members as well as their clients and customers.
Yeah, I mean, it does defy logic when somebody moves into your house that you can't get them out.
Yeah.
So it is good. And I'm going to end with, as far as how does the 2025 legislation address issues like unlicensed real estate activity and consumer protections?
Okay, so I want to start, it's a long little answer here, but one of the bills that I think is our biggest win relates to deregulation, right? In the middle of the session, an amendment relating to deregulation was offered in a committee. It passed through 2 different committees. The 3rd committee, it went to the floor. The House put it on the Senate President's priority bill and sent it over to the Senate. And what this would have done was repeal FREC, repeal FREAB, repeal continuing education, repeal post-licensure education.
Yeah.
That's scary.
That is scary.
Right? Not just for the public, for our members, the value of the license, and the public. Like, who's going to be left to protect the public?
Right.
Right? And so we had been working with the Senate quite a bit because we realized the battlefield was shifting from the House to the Senate.
Yeah.
And, there were assurances that this was not going to pass the Senate. But when it comes up on the floor of the Senate and 40 senators have to push a red or a green button, okay, your heart stops, right? Because you just don't know, are they really going to do it?
Yeah.
And they did it. I mean, they didn't do it. So that was just a tremendous win, I think, for licensees as well as the public. Going forward, here's the thing. I think we're going to see There was $500,000 in the budget this year to go after unlicensed activity, which we know how important that is. I mean, you know, our members are not afraid of competition.
Right.
But what they want is a level playing field.
Yep.
Right? And if no one's going after the bad actors, it creates an unlevel playing field, and it's hard to compete against those kind of people. Right? So we have another $500,000 to protect your license, really. And then in terms of consumer protection, there was a flood disclosure bill that passed last year, and it was expanded this year to include not just property owners, but tenants as well. And so I think there's many states out there with a flood disclosure, and some are on their second version. Florida, this was our first effort at it, and we worked both with the House and the Senate. It was a bipartisan bill. And we had a large part in drafting that bill. It's very straightforward and puts out some really important information that allows renters and buyers to make informed decisions, right? And I think that's incredibly important, not only for the buyer and the renter, but also for the owner and the landlord, and the licensee, because you don't want to be involved in, you know, the post-closing litigation. Right. We're always trying to close that window. Yeah. And I think this bill does that to a great respect.
Great. Yeah. Well, Trey, thanks so much for joining us live. And for you watching, you can get a full report of the legislative session on floridarealtors.org. And stay tuned for Ines Hegedus-Garcia, who will talk about hyperlocal marketing at 2 o'clock.
Wow, guys, Realtor of the Year, past President Gia Arvin. You heard it here first. Give a warm, if the chat is open, guys, congratulate her. This is such a well-deserved award. She put in so much effort all of these years leading up to this. And I mean, did such an amazing job as president last year. And wow, such an amazing year. We're gonna hear her speak here in just a couple seconds and address the crowd that is so excited for this award that she is honestly just, it's such a well-deserved award. And we couldn't be happier for her. Now I'm going to step aside, guys, so I'm out of your way so you guys can see what's going on.
To stand before you and serve you because you serve your communities, and that is the most powerful piece of who we are. So thank you for this recognition. I'm truly honored and love serving you every step of the way. Thank you.
One more reminder for you 2025 chairs, DVPs, and officers, you are welcome to come forward, pick up your award. It's here. We do have photographers standing by for those of you who'd like a photograph. That's it, everybody. We are done. Enjoy the rest of your 2025 Florida Realtors Convention and Trade Expo. Go forth, experience education, exhibits, and networking, and celebrate the fact that you are among the 200.
All right, guys, so let's walk out of the way so we don't get trampled because everyone's going to be exiting the awards ceremony to head on over to different educational sessions. But I want to take a time to obviously congratulate all of the award winners. They're all so deserving of these prestigious awards, and I couldn't be happier. So from me and all of our Florida Realtors members, we are so thankful for all of your volunteerism, all the time and effort you've invested, and thank you so much for everything you do, not just for us in this industry, but for the communities that we serve. Congratulations to every single one of you. Now, as you can see, we have a lot of people coming out. We have a lot of educational sessions still going on. We have a lot more live sessions that are going to be happening on our main stage. So again, if you've been hanging in here all day, make sure that go ahead and stay tuned because we're also going to be rolling a really awesome video recapping this amazing awards luncheon and honoring all of those honorees and award winners that, again, have won this year's awards and are so deserving of our thanks and, of course, of the honors that they have received. So stay tuned for that. We're going to be bringing that to you guys in just a second here. And as always, guys, as I've said before, as we see everybody coming out, again, congratulations. I can't say that enough. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that little bell icon so that you're notified. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and send it back over to our live session so we can roll that honoree video and show you guys how great this event was.
back live at Florida Realtors, and I'm your host, Tracey Velt. I am the contributing editor of Florida Realtor Magazine and also host of Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast. And right now on the stage, I have Ines Hegedus-Garcia. She is the managing partner of Avante Way Realty in Miami. So welcome, Ines.
Thank you so much. This is so exciting, Tracey. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so you have Miamism, which is a lead gen and branding powerhouse. So let's go into how did it all start? And what is it, for people who don't know?
So it started off as a blog, and interestingly enough, it was right after I got my real estate license 20 years ago. And I was supposed to use my name as a realtor, the Ines Hegedus-Garcia team, or the Rick and my husband and I as a team, and it didn't feel natural. And we focused on what were we selling, what were we doing. So a blog was born out of that. And it's one of the first real estate blogs in South Florida, which is, and it's still alive. I still write for it. So what happened that was a little bit different was, okay, it's not about us, it's about the consumer. It's about what we're trying. So the thought of Miami's way of life, an ism, a philosophy. So Miami's philosophy and way of life, and that's where Miamism was born.
I love it. And you were really first to do hyper-local content before it was like trendy. So tell me how that's evolved over the years, and what are some of the things you include on your site now?
So the word hyperlocal to me it's really powerful. And I remember years ago we would say, okay, we can't say the word hyperlocal anymore because it was being butchered. Yeah. It was more about just knowing who you're serving again and creating community around who you're serving. Yeah. So there's many types of communities. It can be a place, it could be what we do as realtors, it could be something that you're passionate about. In my case, I'm an architect by training, so it was architectural properties and historic properties was my niche. So it was, how can I bring that architectural knowledge and that historic knowledge into a blog post to empower the consumer, to give them knowledge. So that niche to me is so important because, I mean, how many agents are we in Florida? 250,000 agents, which means we all have that power of find what is that superpower that each one of us has. And in my case, it just happened to be architecture. So it was a really easy way for me to portray Miami from that architectural side.
And how has it changed since you first started it?
Well, listen, everything changes, as we know, and everything evolves. I think getting more and more technical on like Google Analytics, for example, and knowing what my audience was and what they're looking at and what are my most read articles, and then obviously writing more of that or writing less of the stuff that I didn't want. Yeah. So the progression has been also with me and my evolution on leadership. Yeah. So that evolution of leadership has been, okay, I started as an agent, we were a team, now I run an office of 200 agents within Avante Way Realty. So it's more about how can I grab that boots in the ground knowledge that I did and how I grew my business and help my agents do that. So the brand has evolved into an agent focus to more of my agents now.
Yeah, I love that. And I mean, evolution is natural. In real estate, nothing stays the same. We know that. So how do you balance showcasing lifestyle and community with information where you're promoting listings or market statistics?
Listen, I always say to my agents now, it's what feels natural to you. There's no right equation. There's no right and wrong equation. We heard yesterday that if you're not putting your listings out there, you're going to be a secret agent. Yeah. But at the same time, we need to be authentic and natural. The consumer people like to do business with people. Yeah. So if you only put listings, you may lose your audience. If you have a really great balance of listing information, community, yourself, what you're doing, then it just becomes more interesting. Yeah. And then put your personality out there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So what are some ways that you show your personality? Or, as it has evolved, what are you doing?
Well, a lot of people know this. When I started, I searched what was the most searched key term in the time. This was already 18 years ago. and it was the word mojito.
Yes.
So then I started doing these tests on, let me do a mojito review before anyone was doing video. Like we did not even have video on phones. It was a flip cam, so that's I'm aging myself a little bit. So the test was, let me do a mojito review in restaurants.
Yeah.
I would walk in a restaurant and the manager would come out and go, are you Miamiism? Are you doing a mojito review? So it was very, very cool. So it was, let's insert things that are fun, that are not just real estate related, and always find that social object, that things that brings people together. It may be kids, it may be food, it may be whatever that just makes you enjoy and be different.
Yeah, and what do you think are some of the biggest mistakes agents are making when it comes to whether it's social media or just their brand in general?
Listen, I think copying other people it's a huge mistake. Not finding that niche, not finding what fires you is a huge mistake. I think it's really important to hone in on what makes you special, what makes you you. You know, and sometimes it just the light bulb goes off and you go, oh my God, I could have done this for so many years.
Yeah.
And once you find that difference, and again, 250,000, we're all very, very different. So what is it? What is it that makes you stand out?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of the best ones that I watch, whether it's social media, TikTok, Instagram, are the ones that aren't just getting up there and going, let's talk about the market today. You know, they're really inserting their personality. They might be talking about something totally different than real estate, but they might have a pin on that I know they're a realtor, or their tagline or whatever says it.
Right, and listen, like, if you're not funny, don't try to be funny.
Right, exactly.
That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
If you want to be formal, then be formal.
Right.
And then you're going to attract like-minded individuals.
Yeah. So when you're building a personal brand by focusing on a specific place, how do you recommend they define that, their specific niche within that area? Because there could be a lot of realtors in, let's say, Miami. How are you defining what you want to do?
Well, if we go back to the hyper-local notion of things, data. Start with data. Make sure that that place that you pick has enough sales and you're going to create enough business with that. Once you have the data down, then define what within that community you're going to be good at. Are you going to be involved in the cancer association of the town? Are you going to be saving kittens from the street, or the elderly? Whatever it is that you're going to do for the community, and always get involved in that community somehow or another.
I remember someone, I don't remember the person, but I remember they got their kids involved, and they would dress them up as mini realtors and go to the places in the community, and the kids would be doing the reviews. And I just thought that was a very unique hook for them to do.
I love that so much.
Yeah.
And I always say also, give in order to receive.
Yeah.
The more you help local businesses exist and be there and thrive, the world is going to reward you. So always think about giving, and it'll come back to you.
And how do you get your content seen? And a lot of people produce great content that never gets seen. So what are some tips that you have for SEO and just kind of getting your name out there?
So actually, this is like the hottest thing that's happening right now. My blogging mentor, Paul Cheney, put this on LinkedIn a few weeks ago. And it was all about SEO, search engine optimization, and what keywords you use and things of that nature. But now with ChatGPT, guess how we search now? Do we search? Do we go to Google to search? We're going to use ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever else we're thinking that's AI-driven searches. So now the game has changed. To get your content to be found, that game now needs to go a completely different way. Learn how these search engines, these AI engines are searching for your information and try to get quoted.
Yeah.
So now we're starting a whole new world of being found.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you using AI with your site at all?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm tech-driven. I love everything that's happening with artificial intelligence in every which way possible.
Yeah.
I'm experimenting with the searchability aspect of AI with the blog. And I'll report back and say how that's going.
Yeah. And obviously credibility and trust really matter when you're producing this content and you're your authentic self. What are some things that agents can do to build their credibility in the marketplace and in the trust they have with the people who are watching?
Listen, I think building credibility is all about adding value. And I'm always saying, what value do you add to the consumer, to your client, whether you're a buyer's agent, working with renters, investors, whatever it is, what is that value? Once you can express that value eloquently, whether it's in any of the platforms, Instagram, LinkedIn, or blogging, whatever you're doing, you need to be able to be eloquent and really believe in the value that you're bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that word value is such a buzzword right now. And, agents understand since the settlement that they've got to, especially buyer's agents, have to show their value. And sometimes I feel like they underestimate their value as well. They don't realize how valuable they really are. And it's building that confidence and proving to yourself just how valuable you are.
Yeah, you know what, and I think it's really important to point out what NAR, Florida Realtors, and your local associations do to try to come up with these lists of things that agents do for the consumer. Yeah. But what I say is, grab those lists, break them down, and see what on top of that do you do. And the value is unmeasurable at times. Yeah. And it's as easy as just paying attention to every detail of everything that we do as agents. Put those things in writing and be able to vocalize that value to your clients.
So give me some examples of maybe your most popular blog posts or posts, and also a story about a time that someone contacted you and you ended up being maybe a client for life.
Oh my God, I have a really controversial one that blew up. Because sometimes, there's a couple of really interesting things. Yeah. When the New World Symphony was being built by Frank Gehry in Miami Beach, because of architecture, I started documenting the Gehrification of this building. So I got contacted by the New World Symphony before they opened for me to take a look at this space. Wow. So it was absolutely amazing because I got to be part of their grand opening and invited to their events and everything because I would documented it. Yeah. I was part of, I saw this thing being born. I have another story with, and this one was the controversial one. It was a house that was being torn down on Star Island that was a very important Keenel and Elliott house. It was a historic house. And it was one of the doctors of the House of Miami. It was nuts. And I wrote an open letter to the doctor on my blog. And he refused to answer anything to any media channels, but I think I touched a nerve. Yeah. And he answered on it's still sitting there. How dare you? Tell me I can't knock my house down. And the whole thing is, you're a plastic surgeon. You have the ability to look beyond the superficial stuff. Please see the value this house has. That's amazing. Yeah. It was torn down. I lost my battle there. Yeah. And then the one where a really great client came out of there, I would write about Alfred Brown and Parker, which is a mid-century modern architect from Miami, one of my favorites. And to me, if it was architecturally significant, I would travel. It didn't matter where it was located. Yeah. And this lady called me and said, I will not let anyone list my property but you. It was an hour and a half drive. Yeah. I need you to sell my original Alfred Browning Parker house. And that was just so powerful for me to know that she felt comfortable by just reading my blog post that I was the agent for her.
That's amazing. And so a lot of agents are not sure where to start and how to figure out what their niche is or how to do it by feeling authentic. So what's one strategy that you have that you can really nail down what your niche is and how you can be authentic?
Start with a DISC assessment. Start with a DISC. Yeah. You need to know yourself first to know who you're going to serve. Yeah. That's the most important. Once you start feeling out what you're good at within that DISC assessment, then you can identify fortes and weaknesses. Yeah. So that's when I sit down in front of my agents and try to get that niche down. And it's not about data always driven, like I said before, but it's so important to understand what you have a love for, you know, so you have fun doing it as well.
Okay, my last question is, which restaurant serves your favorite mojito?
Oh, Oh, that's a great one. Oh my God, there's so many good mojitos. The Miami is a mojito kills them all, just for the record. That's the best one. There is, oh my God, there's a little place on Lincoln Road that claims to have the best mojito, and it's not even a restaurant.
Okay.
It's one of the, it's really strange. It's just one of the little follies on Lincoln. It's amazing. But listen, I would tell you, yes, there's plenty of bad ones, but when I would do my mojito reviews, I would say there's something really good on that menu to complement it. So don't focus on the bad things.
That's great. Well, Ines, thank you so much for joining me on the stage today.
Well, thank you. This has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for doing this, Tracy.
And for those of you listening, stay tuned for Brad O'Connor, our economist at Florida Realtors, who will do a housing market update at 2:30.
At Florida Realtors, we are all about innovation for our members. We're always listening to feedback, researching, and continuously striving to build platforms and to introduce tools to help your business grow and flourish. In 2024, the NAR Technology Survey revealed that Realtors cited e-signature as their #1 most impactful business technology tool. And that's why I am incredibly excited to introduce SableSign. SableSign is the new official electronic signature solution built by Florida Realtors for Florida Realtors. That means this is not a third-party platform. This is your platform. We listened to you, and we built a tool that offers improved reliability and mobile functionality for seamless, secure online signatures. You can sign anywhere and at any time. You can trust every signature. It's really that easy. And the best part is, it's available now. Check out the website for more information or to get started. And welcome to the new era of digital signing, redefined.
of hope. Meals of hope.
Meals of hope. Meals of hope.
We're at Selfie City.
As we all know, the cost of healthcare and health insurance is something that we all have to deal with and navigate every single day of our lives. And as the 2025 president of Florida Realtors, I'm incredibly excited to let you know that we are rolling out the new Health Plan Navigator by Ventor. This navigator is designed to help you find the best healthcare plan for whatever your individual needs may be. And that's whether you're a broker or an independent contractor. This exclusive member service will help you compare health insurance plans, see if you qualify for tax credits, and access discounts on wellness tools. And maybe the best part of it all is, it's all in one easy-to-use portal. So start exploring your options today at floridarealtors.org/navigator, and we look forward to you taking control of your healthcare coverage. to say I love this guy. I love that you're bringing all the energy, running around, making sure that people are connected to what we're doing here.
It is an amazing opportunity to network.
Go out there, conquer the world, and be productive.
Always feel you're not good enough. Not at the place you're supposed to be. How many times have you given up? Life's not how you imagined it. In the dark, the night is colder. Waiting for the sun to appear. Always looking over your shoulder. On your own, you're facing all your fears. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry, it's alright. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry tonight. Stronger than you'll ever know. Keep on fighting 'cause you're almost there. I know you feel it, but you're not alone. Oh, count on me, I'll always be here. If you need me, baby, you can call me. You don't have to worry.
Welcome back to Florida Realtors Live. This is our second last interview today. I'm Tracey Velt. I'm a contributing editor for Florida Realtor Magazine and host of Housing Wire's Real Trending podcast. We have the illustrious Dr. Brad O'Connor, chief economist for Florida Realtors, with us to give us a housing update. Welcome, Brad.
Good to see you, Tracy.
Yeah,
Good
so
to be here.
let's talk about current data, sales data, pending contracts. How do you expect the Florida housing market to perform through the end of this year?
Well, I've been looking at single-family homes as a separate market from condos because the condo issues, they've kind of bifurcated the market a little bit. But just looking at single-family homes, which is the majority of home sales in Florida, we're seeing slightly less number of sales so far this year. Maybe I think we're about down 2.5% compared to a year ago. So a little bit of a decline, but not a huge one. And I think in the coming months, we could actually see a few months where we're up, and that's simply because, knock on wood, if we don't get any hurricanes, right?
Yeah.
So we could feasibly see, October and September up maybe a little bit at this current rate that we're at. Not only that, but we do have mortgage rates very slowly declining, which is going to increase housing demand. So I think that's going to lead to more sales too.
Yeah, I've seen that rates have been slightly going down. Of course, they're talking about a cut possible at the September Fed meeting. So what is your outlook for rates, and is that even going to matter, because they're talking about what, 25 basis points?
Well, and a lot of times the rates that they're setting are very short-term overnight rates, and they're not directly related to the long-term rates like a mortgage rate or the 10-year Treasury bond. But they kind of set a floor for those in most cases. So, but a lot of times that gets priced in, right? The folks who are looking at bond prices are thinking, well, here's what I think the Fed's going to do longer term. So those price cuts kind of get wrapped into so they might already be in there.
Yeah.
I do think we have a little bit of room. There's a spread, a little technical here, but the 10-year Treasury typically is about 1.5 to 2 percentage points lower than the mortgage rate for a variety of reasons, but mostly because the federal government's Treasury bonds are considered the safest investments, so they get a lower yield. Right now and over the past couple of years, coming out of the pandemic, this spread between the two has been very elevated. It is contracting, and it's almost back into the normal range, but we still have about 0.5 percentage point to go. If that keeps contracting, that gives us another 0.5 point off. We get down to 6%. Additionally, the Fed signaling at least one or more rate cuts beyond what people think they're getting already could bring us down below 6%. I think the base case for the next 12 months is I'm going to be wishy-washy on it. It's really hard to predict exactly where a mortgage rate is going to be.
Yeah.
But I'm really confident we're going to be between where we're at now, around 6.5% and 6% over the next 12 months. I'm pretty confident of that. That's my baseline case. Could we go higher than that? I don't see many ways we get there unless some unforeseen policy gets enacted or a black swan event occurs. Could we get below 6%? Feasibly, like I was just talking about, maybe if in combination with an increased anticipation of further rate cuts or the spread between the 10-year and the mortgage rate shrinks even more, we could get down there.
I mean, it feels like, there's a lot of people locked in, obviously, to their mortgages. I mean, mine is like, I think 2.6 or something crazy like that. But as the time goes on, I feel like 6% sounds good after a while, right? But what do you think will really open up the market? Do you have any prediction for that, where rates could be that we're just going to see everything, buyers come back, I guess it is really?
Based on what I'm seeing with the Fed and their thinking and the way they do things, I mean, they lay out a lot of what they want to do. You can look at the data they're looking at, and they tell you how they're going to react to it. It's a fairly open book, and I don't see them going that much further down. People will point to, 2018, before the pandemic, we had really low mortgage rates back then, 4% or so, and that was kind of the anomaly. If you go back over decades, the rates we're at now are a lot more normal than where we were in 2018.
Yeah.
So there's just an adjustment to that because of the amount that prices increased during the pandemic, affordability is really tough right now.
Yeah, definitely. And so what are you seeing as far as inventory growth in price tiers or areas? Talk to me a little bit about inventory and supply. Do you expect supply constraints to continue to be a drag on sales in the next year?
Sure. I love to talk about inventory. I mean, everyone you'll see on social media really scary charts that start in 2017, and then they show how much our inventory is above 2017. If you go to Florida Realtors Sunstats, plug, sunstats.floridarealtors.org, and you're a Florida Realtors member, you can log in and see our data all the way back to 2008. If you want to see what a lot of inventory looks like, look at 2008. It's about roughly twice the inventory we have right now. So we are elevated above the 2014 to 2019 level of inventory. I do caution you to distinguish between inventory and new listings.
Yes.
New listings were actually up in the first quarter of this year compared to a year ago by quite a bit. A little bit concerning. It seemed like we hadn't seen that level of burst in new listings in a while. But from the second quarter on through July, we've actually been down every month. In terms of new listings. So if you look at the year as a whole, we've had about as many new listings this year as we did in 2021 and 2022. And you might think, well, that's impossible because in 2021 and 2022 we had no inventory. Well, that's just the way we calculate inventory. If you think about it, inventory is what's on the market right now. And what's on the market right now is stuff that was listed earlier this month and stuff that was listed last month. And maybe the month before that is still lingering around. Back in 2021, your inventory that you were looking at was just the stuff that was listed in the last week, because anything older than that already sold.
Right.
So you're seeing a pile up of inventory that's partly just due to homes taking longer to sell now.
Yeah.
It's not that we're actually selling or listing a lot more homes than we were before.
Let's talk about home price growth.
I do want to add one thing really quick. If regionally, we're seeing the most inventory growth where you have a lot of home building.
Okay.
So places that are constrained like South Florida, not as much of that. They're still seeing price increases and inventory is relatively tame. If you look further west, the Southwest Florida up through Central Florida, you're seeing a lot more building and you're seeing a lot more competition with the existing home market, which means stuff's going to sit on the market longer, and that's where you're seeing the most inventory.
Have you seen new homes constrained at all by the tariffs as far as in Florida?
I think the effect of the tariffs, especially after a lot of those free trade agreement, NAFTA, whatever the new NAFTA is called, exceptions were made. We do get a fair amount of building materials from Canada, lumber and gypsum for drywall from Mexico, but it's not adding up to a real effect. The place where the tariffs are having the greatest effect are impacting interest rates and impacting the market overall. But in terms of directly affecting construction, not seeing as much of that.
Yeah, it's hard to know because you see all different headlines out there, right?
Right.
So let's get back to home price growth. What are your expectations moving forward this year and maybe first quarter next year?
Right, and this year so far, median sale price for single-family homes is down less than 2%. The median price for single-family homes only just started declining below prior year, whereas condo market has seen that for over a year now. I think if interest rates stay where they're at and really refuse to budge downward, we kind of see the same trend. We've got a lot of folks who are listing who are not necessarily committed to selling if they're not going to get the price they want.
Yeah.
That's a huge difference between now and the previous housing cycle, the foreclosure years where people had to sell because they were foreclosed or distressed.
Yeah.
And they really had no choice but to take a much lower price. A lot of people who are listing right now can be a little bit more selective about that. So it's prices do want to go down right now in a lot of markets just because the ratio of buyers to sellers is low, but they're not in any rush to get there. So the longer we stay elevated with interest rates, the more deterioration you see, but not rapid deterioration. If we get rates lower, maybe even as much as down to 6%, which happened last year, by the way, around this time in September, but that's when we got Milton and Helene. But the rest of the country that wasn't affected by that actually saw a little bit of an uptick in sales.
Yeah.
And upward pressure in prices. So we could see that this year too, or at least a slowdown of the price declines in condos and maybe some positive price growth again for single family if we get rates down.
And what I always find fascinating are the headlines that foreclosures are up, it's doomsday. So talk to me about foreclosures in Florida.
That's a favorite headline you'll see is the foreclosure data comes out, and within your state, maybe the foreclosure rate has doubled. That will be the headline, but we're talking about doubling nothing.
Right.
I think at the peak, I think the totality estimate for Florida was around 12% back in 2010. 12% of our mortgages were in foreclosure at one time back in 2010. Today, it's well less than 1 or 2%.
Yeah.
So 1% could double to 2%, and it's not gonna hit the radar. The only thing I think that is pressuring current homeowners in terms of affordability is insurance and property tax to a lesser extent. But insurance is one of those things. You're locked into your fixed rate. That's not going to go up on your P&I, but your insurance can go up. And I think that there's anecdotal evidence that people have left Florida over just that.
Yeah. But we are fixing the insurance problem, so at least there's that.
We're working on it, and we've made progress. The news is not nearly as bad over the last year.
No.
Our rate of growth for insurance prices has slowed to one of the slowest among all the states.
Yeah, which is great.
But you can't ignore the fact that 3 or 4 years before that, we had the highest rate of growth. So it's just like inflation at the grocery store. Steak prices haven't been going up that much in the last year or two, but I still remember what they were before the pandemic, and I'm still buying pork chops for my family more often than not.
Yeah. So let's end on bright spots. Where do you see the brightest spots in the economy and housing moving forward for the rest of this year?
There's been a lot of policy uncertainty that has kind of affected interest rates and other aspects of the market this year that might keep the Fed from being able to take action in terms of lowering rates, at least at the pace we thought they would. But that uncertainty is clearing up. The tariffs, as they were originally announced, have been knocked back dramatically.
Yeah.
Especially the ones with our biggest trading partners, Mexico, Canada, and China. So in that respect, that's not as much of an impact. We're just getting rid of some of this uncertainty as time goes by, and the uncertainty can keep rates higher. But I'm really focused on rates. They're the most important thing. And so the less uncertainty we get and the more signals we get that we can lower rates a little bit more. And the Fed is watching the labor market, and they're watching inflation. Those are the two things they look at, so they're the two things we should look at if we want to kind of suss out what we think the Fed's going to do going forward.
Great. Well, Brad, thanks so much for joining our live stream. And for those of you watching, stay tuned for John Crossman doing a commercial update at 3 o'clock. welcome to the last Florida Realtors Live interview. This is Tracey Velt. I'm your host, and I am a contributing editor for Florida Realtor Magazine and also host the Real Trending podcast from Housing Wire. So today, right now, our last interview is with John Crossman, CCIM. He's a president of Crossmark Services in Winter Park, Florida. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Tracey. So good to be here with you.
Yeah, glad to have you. We had talked a little bit before this, and you'd used the phrase shopping centers in flux, and it says a lot in just 4 words. So let's start there. What are the biggest forces reshaping retail, from consumer behavior to capital markets?
Yeah, it's funny, Tracey. I started in retail real estate in 1993, and it's always been in flux the whole time.
Yeah.
So, like, in the 90s, it was always about what we're going to do about Super Walmart, and then we had the internet, then we had Amazon, and then we had COVID, and we survived all that, right? So it really has been in flux, but I tell you what, I think it's returning back to a place it was pre all that. I do a lot of lectures on the history of retail, and retail really for the history of civilization has always been about being around community and mixing communities, easy access. And today we're really getting back to that, about that interconnectivity. I used to talk about tenant mix and like mixing uses, but it's really about mixing the right uses on properties that connect to their local communities.
Yeah, and so there are some challenges that owners have. So talk to me and what you're seeing owners and investors who are investing in these retail shopping centers. What are some of the challenges they're facing right now?
Sure, one of the biggest challenges is interest rates and the uncertainty with interest rates. Like, it went up, doubled, and people weren't expecting that. They've been expecting them to be lowered, and then they haven't been. And so that uncertainty has kind of like gummed up some of the investment activity.
Yeah.
So people need to get a point of like they're accepting it, or do they think it's going to get lowered, which will probably get lowered a little bit. So that's an issue. And then the other one is government relations, right? Like there are some communities that are being very pro-growth. There's some smaller markets in Florida that are pushing growth, which is great. Some of the other markets are trying to slow growth, and maybe that's not an intended consequence, but people raising impact fees or the process. So development's getting harder, and so that's really government regulations, and those works as a challenging area.
Yeah, definitely challenging. So we hear a lot about vacancy and tenant mix.
Right.
So what's the new playbook for keeping a center leased and thriving?
Well, today a lot of centers actually are 100% leased, and really what it comes back to is tenant mix and kind of ideal tenant mix. And so, you remember the TV show Breaking Bad and then Better Call Saul? Do you remember where Saul's law office is? Do you remember that? And if you remember, it was in a shopping center.
Yeah.
And when you and I were growing up, all law firms were like in downtown office towers, like our. But the reality is like having some uses, having accessible is a big deal. So remember, you and I were kids. We went to the dentist. We went to downtown office buildings with those terrible highlights magazines. Remember that? Well, now dentists are in shopping centers, right? Because it's about being like a consumer. So I think the serious secret sauce moving forward is the right tenant mix and honoring what's about the consumer and their proximity.
Yeah, how dare you say bad highlights magazines? Those were the best.
Yeah. Well,
So for investors looking at retail today, what are some of the non-obvious indicators that a shopping center is well positioned for success?
Okay, so here's the thing you have to look at is tenant sales, right? Old school, when we were doing a lot of malls, we always recorded tenant sales. A lot of tenants paid percentage rent. We got into this world where tenants don't pay percentage rent as much, and so they don't record sales. When you can, require they report their sales, even if they're not doing percentage rent. And when you're buying, wherever you can, monitor that. If you don't have that, that's where programs like Placer AI are really helpful. But remember, retail is all about volume. If tenants are selling, they're moving product, they can pay more rent, they're more successful. So get tenant sales and also look at Placer AI and track where their volumes are at.
So on the flip side, what are some of the red flags?
One of the things I would look at if I was walking into a shop store looking at buying is study how their shelves are stocked. That's an easy one, right? Like sparseness in stocking is a sign of like inventory issues, which can be a sign of like they're not having good sales, which can be a sign of a retailer heading in the wrong direction. So, it's always good to look at with a consumer perspective, but look at their shelves, look at what they're stocking is a good indicator.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about malls. Iconic. I mean, that's where I spent a lot of my time when I was a teenager.
Listen, you and I are 80s kids. We're hungry like the wolf, right? We know about malls.
Exactly. It was the place to be.
Place to be.
Yeah. So they're obviously evolving now. Do you feel like traditional enclosed malls still are investable, or in like what types of redevelopment are you seeing succeed?
Right. So just remember, if there's 1,100 malls in America today, there's probably 300 that are very viable. Like Mall Millennia, here
Yeah.
in Central Florida is a great mall. So top tier malls are going to be top tier malls. The great ones really promote it like they're performing every day. They're doing things and activities involved in the community. And of course, weather is a big factor that keeps mall going, right? On the other side of that, a lot of them need to kind of keep mixing up their uses. And they're still viable. It's not like they're going to be nothing, but sometimes you can convert some of the space to medical or office or education. Or one of the big things, consulting job I have right now is we're looking at converting anchor space to multifamily in that space. So they got to evolve. The challenge is that so many malls are complicated. People don't realize a lot of times the land's owned by one person, the anchors are owned by the anchors, the shops are owned by somebody else. So you've got to get like different groups motivated and working together, but there's still some cool opportunities. So we'll continue to see that. It's going to be slow, but we're going to keep seeing that happen.
Is that why we don't see a lot of knockdowns and just start from scratch?
Yeah, because it's way more complicated than you think, right?
Yeah.
So people say, oh yeah, why don't they just bulldoze it? Well, you have tenants in place, they're paying rent. And even sometimes with malls that, I could name that you and I both know, you might think, gosh, is it doing bad? Well, yeah, but it's still profitable, right? So they're big and they're complicated and they take a lot of work.
Yeah.
So they'll get there, but it's a process.
So are there any creative strategies you see, like converting space to mixed use or medical or experiential, that are actually working?
I tell you who does a great job. If you just want to go see a project and you're like, who is like the best one? It's the villages. The villages town centers are the best. And the reason why that is that their activities on 365 days a year. They're targeted on their consumer, but they're welcoming of everybody else. So if you and I went up there with our families tonight, we'd be like, there's an activity, but it welcomes outsiders. Sometimes town centers will have events, but they're sporadic.
Yeah.
And then they do events for resident only, and that's not helpful. So they know who they are, and then they connect to their community. So that's the one area that I think if you really want to see something that's replicable, that's a model, check out the Villages Town Center.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
So I have not checked out the Villages.
No, it's good time.
So in a market full of uncertainty, what mindsets should commercial real estate investors have going into 2025?
I would say be positive and be patient, right? Like there are good deals out there, but don't rush to do things. You got to look at a ton of deals. And then be positive. I think things are continuing to be good, but you need to be patient and be selective for the right opportunity. Not every opportunity is going to work out. And listen, I'm conservative. There are deals I'm buying, I'm investing in, but I want to be thoughtful about that.
So what asset classes or formats within retail do you see over or undervalued right now?
I tend to be a little bit conservative on some of the experiential stuff, right? Like some of that I can get kind of overvalued because it's in flux. It's like, I'm always sensitive to things that are hot. Like, I'll give an example. Like, I don't know, it was like 2 years ago, everyone was asking me about putting pickleball in the shopping centers. Tracey, I didn't put any pickleball in shopping centers, okay? So when somebody has like a hot concept that like, I don't like that. But when I look at blocking and tackling stuff, sometimes it's boring to people, but those core uses that everybody needs, I really like that.
Yeah. And for residential agents who may be considering a move into commercial real estate or are advising investor clients, what's the one thing they should absolutely understand before jumping in?
Okay, so let's talk about this. This is one of my favorite subjects. If I had a friend and they were going to sell their home they owned for 30 years and they wanted my advice, that is like one of the most important financial decisions of their life. Should I be giving advice? And the answer is no, because I'm not a realtor and I don't know that area. What I need to do is refer that to somebody I really respect and trust to help give them counsel. Well, the reverse on the other side is true. If you're working with somebody and they're thinking about opening a business or they've been leasing, they're going to buy in commercial, and you're a residential realtor, I would not, with good integrity, be like taking the lead on that. What I would do is find somebody who's an expert and refer that to them. That's what I would do. Now, if you're like, well, I want to move in that area, then find a commercial mentor, and then at some point, learn, and then, cut the rope and move into that area. But I would be very, very respectful about trying to find the greatest experts and then build those relationships.
Yeah, and you had an interesting statistic I want you to talk about, everybody moving to Florida. So.
Well, I got a couple things about that. First off, there's just different, like John Crossman rules of retail, and one of them was the rule of 10,000. And really, that's the scalable number you need to like build a shopping center look at. So, and that's true. And if you're trying to do church planning or trying to build shopping centers, like 10,000 is a good number. I had a guy that does hearing aid stores. He said 10,000 was his number too. So if you're going to put a new public sector shopping center somewhere, you need 10,000 residents that are not currently served by the time it opens for that to make sense. So you hear these numbers every day. People say that there's 1,000 people a day moving to the state of Florida. which means to keep up with demand, we need a new Publix or another grocery center every 10 days in our state to keep up.
That's crazy.
And that does not include tourists. And when we start talking about the tourist numbers, the average tourist spends 5 times as much as an average person, and I got all kinds of stats on that too. But like, that is an amazing thing. And so we have to know that that's great and impactful, but there's also can be negative consequences as well. It's like infrastructure. But when you understand retail real estate, you focus on where the residential is going. If people move here, they vacation here, we're doing good.
So I'm going to throw one at you. Tell me about your most complicated project and how you made it work.
Well, I would tell you that the one that I've got most complicated right now is a mall deal.
Okay.
And I'm making it work because I'm really working to get all sides talking to each other. And when I got involved with this deal, you had the mall itself, you had a landowner, you had the city, and then you had the anchor tenants.
Oh, wow.
And with all that, Tracey, it's surprising, none of them were talking to each other. Like, it was this sort of negative thing. And so the biggest thing was communication. I just went one by one, met with each one of the groups, and now we're working on a process to bring them all together. So it's not done yet, but I have a lot of faith in it, just because, look, when you don't know what to do and it's stressful or complicated, a lot of times just telling people, even if you don't know, hey, I don't know, but I'm checking in, is far better than silence.
Yeah.
That's been really helpful.
And so what are some of the trends that you're seeing in retail, just in general, or really in commercial real estate in general?
So one of the biggest ones is restaurants are really becoming the anchor, right? And I got a friend of mine named David Harvey, and he does really big, cool retail projects across the country. I love this. He bought a mall or kind of open air center on the Las Vegas Strip, okay? And listen to this. One of the first things he did, he removed a ton of African pine trees, and within a year, he got Environmentalist of the Year. Doesn't that sound odd, right?
Yeah.
The reason why is he replaced the trees with cacti, and it helped save water, and so that was really good. It also improved visibility to the tenants, right?
Yeah. And
so old school in a project like that, it was always having anchor retailers. He's been replacing that with restaurants. And one of his restaurant concepts, his business partner is Mark Wahlberg. And I met Mark Wahlberg. He's our age, by the way. He's a young, cool guy like you and me, right?
Exactly.
But one of the best restaurants, Mexican restaurant on the Strip is outstanding. But that switch to restaurant, and then, again, he still does cool events and connectivity, but that's another thing. And I do want to say this, because right before COVID, there was the retail apocalypse, and people were talking about it. What did COVID teach us? COVID taught us that you can do yoga, and you can eat kale, and you can order things online, or you can have good food and do a little exercise. But you connect with people, you're going to live longer. I always tell people, this is statistically true. You live longer when you have relationships, but you also live longer with having lots of eye contact.
Yeah.
And I always tell people, if you want to live a longer life, go through the cashier instead of self-checkout.
Yeah.
And when you go to the cashier, that little exchange you have, that humanity helps all of us live longer. And so we're talking about mental health a lot in today's world. Retail can be part of mental health. Like they did a study, like the average Amish family, their dinners are 90 minutes. And so with adult kids, there might be 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
But part of that Amish dinner, it's a long time of eye contact and connecting. And so if restaurants can be a place where we connect with each other and we feel our feelings and speak our truth, have humanity, and then that becomes a retail experience where people feel emotionally connected to, that's how you have great retail.
Yeah.
Malls were great to you and I because you and I have nostalgia.
Yeah.
But the malls became too generic.
Yeah.
And by making them like corporate, it made it smoother, but it made it non-connected to their communities.
Yeah.
And then it was disconnected, kind of like an island.
Yeah.
But when you think about Publix and we talk about pub subs and things like that, that you and I were like, oh, I feel good about that.
Yeah.
That keeps us connected. It's where like somebody said to me the other day, well, retail trends, what do you say up there? Like Amazon's not going to do. Well, they can't cut my hair. Yeah. And also I like the woman that cuts my hair. We're friends, you know, and you probably feel that way too.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
or your dental hygienist or these people that you go to in retail experience. It's the things you got to get done, but it's the human aspect as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's end on what are you optimistic about as far as the commercial real estate market moving forward?
One of the things I'm optimistic about is it's maturing as a market. I have actually a bachelor's degree in real estate, and that was unheard of in 1993. Yeah. And now, like University of Florida has a master's program that's outstanding. Ole Miss has a real estate program, and so you meet more and more. Historically, black colleges are now getting and teaching real estate, like Florida A&M, Morehouse, North Carolina Central University. Yeah. So it's a much friendlier, more diverse, more educated, welcoming world. And I love that.
Yeah.
It's a healthier place. I was just at a conference, and it was my 33rd year in a row going to it. I didn't like it year one.
Yeah.
But year 33, I think it's as an industry, it's maturing, it's more professional, just like the Realtor organization.
Yeah.
And I think that makes for a better professional experience.
I love that ending. So thanks so much for joining us. And thank you to our audience for joining the Florida Realtors Live interviews. Thanks.
Awesome. That was fun.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
good stuff.
Sorry, I'm sweating. I don't know if you are, but.
Education. Awesome, epic, an experience you shouldn't miss. 100%.
At Florida Realtors, we are all about innovation for our members. We're always listening to feedback, researching, and continuously striving to build platforms and to introduce tools to help your business grow and flourish. In 2024, the NAR Technology Survey revealed that Realtors cited e-signature as their #1 most impactful business technology tool. And that's why I am incredibly excited to introduce SableSign. SableSign is the new official electronic signature solution built by Florida Realtors for Florida Realtors. That means this is not a third-party platform. This is your platform. We listened to you, and we built a tool that offers improved reliability and mobile functionality for seamless, secure, online signatures. You can sign anywhere and at any time. You can trust every signature. It's really that easy. And the best part is, it's available now. Check out the website for more information or to get started. And welcome to the new era of digital signing, redefined.
Mills of hope. Mills of hope.
Wheels of truth. Wheels of hope.
We're at Selfie City.
As we all know, the cost of healthcare and health insurance is something that we all have to deal with and navigate every single day of our lives. And as the 2025 president of Florida Realtors, I'm incredibly excited to let you know that we are rolling out the new Health Plan Navigator by Ventor. This navigator is designed to help you find the best healthcare plan for whatever your individual needs may be. And that's whether you're a broker or an independent contractor. This exclusive member service will help you compare health insurance plans, see if you qualify for tax credits, and access discounts on wellness tools. And maybe the best part of it all is, it's all in one easy-to-use portal. So start exploring your options today at floridarealtors.org/navigator, and we look forward to you taking control of your healthcare coverage.
rubbing up against the wall.
I gotta say, I love this guy. I love that you're bringing all the energy, running around, making sure that people are connected to what we're doing here.
It is an amazing opportunity to network.
Go out there, conquer the world, and be productive. Is that better? I'm ready to go. I'm just trying to figure out this chair. It's like moving on. It's got a mind of its own. All right, this is, yeah. Oh my God, this is exactly what we needed, Tracy. I'm telling you, after 2 days of nonstop interviews, this has been amazing. I gotta say, it pays to be a major investor. Tell me, Tracey, I mean, you've been interviewing people for 2 days straight. It's a lot of heavy hitters, a lot of great brokers, a lot of great insight, a lot of great just knowledge. I mean, was there anything that stood out to you after just 2 days of nonstop interviews?
Well, first of all, I don't think I'm getting up ever. But yeah, you know what, really, there's two things. One, I learned that you need to have a passphrase instead of a password for your all of your accounts, because it's much harder to crack. Secondly, it's all about relationships. Real estate is all about relationships. You can forget everything else, because the truth is, as long as you're building those relationships with people, you're going to be successful. And that is the best advice that I have heard throughout this entire 2 days of interviews.
Sorry, I was listening to you, but I'm in heaven right now. This is amazing. Honestly. But no, I agree with you. I mean, you interviewed a lot of great people, from Christina Pappas, Jonathan Lixon, who talked about AI. We had some luxury classes. We talked commercial. We talked statistics with Dr. Brad O'Connor. I mean, the amount of interviews that we had, just providing tons and tons of educational content that brokers can use. I mean, I'm a broker myself, and I already tell you, I'm going to be taking a lot of those interviews that you did, and I'm going to be going ahead and taking those links. They live live on our Facebook feed, as you know, for 30 days. So I'm going to go ahead and take those links, put them in my email blast to all of my agents, and make sure that they're aware of all this great oh, yeah, that right there. That's great. Oh, yeah. I tell you, my legs needed this. It's insane. But yeah, I'm going to take that information. I'm going to put it, send it out, blast it out to everybody, and make sure that they see all of those amazing interviews that you did, so that this way they can use that information, maybe get their gears turning on how they can incorporate all that great information into their businesses.
Yeah, I noticed those little legs. I mean, you have to take 2 steps for every 1 step everybody else takes, Carlos. I mean, geez. No, the interviews were phenomenal, and if you missed them live, you can catch them on YouTube and on Facebook Live, or on Facebook, and you're gonna just love them. I mean, there's just some great information. So I think I'm done, Carlos. I'm done.
I don't blame you, Trace. It's been a long 2 days, but you know what? They've been very productive, very successful, and we got a lot done. I mean, we had our awards banquet today where we honored a lot of great people that were so deserving of great awards, you know, which, again, if you were an honoree, congratulations, honestly well-deserved. Thank you for all your hard work that led up to to that recognition. It's definitely well-deserved. We had just a lot of great stuff. Our expo has done so well. Again, I can't speak enough about our educational lineup, which has gotten such great feedback. We had our Party on the Moon, which was such a good time. I mean, Sister Hazel was amazing. They rocked it. And then today, even at our awards luncheon, we had another great band that, of course, provided just great entertainment. So all in all, I think it's been a great success. And then, like usual, you know, Realtors care, and we had an amazing, successful food packing drive where we packed over 30,000 meals for the less fortunate. So thanks to our YPN and all of the volunteers that took the time out of their day to make that a huge success. Guys, these are all the activities, I gotta say, Tracey, for those at home, for those watching us, these are all the activities that you're missing out when you don't show up here in person at the Florida Realtors Conference and Expo. And honestly, I really, really encourage you all to go ahead and make sure that you're here next year, right, Tracey? What do you think?
Absolutely. You'll not only make great friends, but you'll learn a lot too. And the sessions, we had a ton of sessions. We filmed some great Take 5 videos that will be on the site for people to see. So lots of great learning. They're great to play at sales meetings as well for all you brokers out there. And the Meals of Hope was a phenomenal event where you could give back to the community as well. So I think that I fell asleep during part of that though, Carlos, because it has been a long day of, I think 20 interviews, 20 live interviews over the last 2 days, and some just great information that we had.
No, sorry. Yeah, no, that was absolutely excellent. You did a great job, though. Honestly, you kept it engaging, and the speakers were amazing as well. And the great part is we're going to repurpose all of those amazing. So don't worry, those 20 interviews are not going to go in vain. We're going to repurpose those. We're going to chop those up into nice bite-sized pieces that we can go ahead and get out to all of our members so that they can share with their offices, you know, their teams, and make sure that we get all of that great information, those golden nuggets out to them so that they can continue to be used. So again, guys, remember, these things live on our Florida Realtors Facebook page for 30 days. So please take advantage of them. Go ahead and send them to your teams. You know, make sure that that information goes far and wide and you get some good use out of it. So I don't know, Tracey, I think we're gonna have to wrap this up because I'm starting to fall asleep here. These little legs are starting to feel like I can walk again, and you're absolutely right. I've got to take probably about 2 steps for every one that a normal person has to. So you know what? This right here is a great reason to be a major investor. And I got to say, if you're not a major investor and you want to get access to these amazing massage chairs, head on over to the RPAC auction that's happening later this week and make sure that you bid often and bid high. And as always, guys, I know I sound like a broken record, but don't forget to follow our channels. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and hit that little bell icon so that you're notified when we post another great video. Thank you guys so much for watching us, and I guess we'll see them at Midwinter. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Well, great job, sister. I appreciate it.
When do you guys want to get up?
I guess we're getting kicked out. All right, we'll give you guys a shot. We'll give you guys a little turn. Thank you, guys.
Innovative.
Rewarding.
Awesome. Impactful.
Education.
Awesome.
So
epic, an experience you shouldn't miss, 100%.
At Florida Realtors, we are all about innovation for our members. We're always listening to feedback, researching, and continuously striving to build platforms and to introduce tools to help your business grow and flourish. In 2024, the NAR Technology Survey revealed that Realtors cited e-signature as their #1 most impactful business technology tool. And that's why I am incredibly excited to introduce SableSign. SableSign is the new official electronic signature solution built by Florida Realtors for Florida Realtors. That means this is not a third-party platform. This is your platform. We listened to you, and we built a tool that offers improved reliability and mobile functionality for seamless, secure online signatures. You can sign anywhere and at any time. You can trust every signature. It's really that easy. And the best part is, it's available now. Check out the website for more information or to get started. And welcome to the new era of digital signing, redefined.
Meals of hope, baby. Meals of hope. Meals of hope.
Meals of hope. Meals of hope.
We're at Selfie City.
As we all know, the cost of healthcare and health insurance is something that we all have to deal with and navigate every single day of our lives. And as the 2025 president of Florida Realtors, I'm incredibly excited to let you know that we are rolling out the new Health Plan Navigator by Ventor. This navigator is designed to help you find the best healthcare plan for whatever your individual needs may be. And that's whether you're a broker or an independent contractor. This exclusive member service will help you compare health insurance plans, see if you qualify for tax credits, and access discounts on wellness tools. And maybe the best part of it all is, it's all in one easy-to-use portal. So start exploring your options today at floridarealtors.org/navigator, and we look forward to you taking control of your healthcare coverage.
I love this guy. I love that you're bringing all the energy, running around, making sure that people are connected to what we're doing here.
It is an amazing opportunity to network.
Go out there, conquer the world, and be productive. Hey, Realtor Nation. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. As we wrap up just another successful Florida Realtors Conference and Expo, I wanted to reach out to you and thank you guys so much for tuning in and allowing us to bring the action right to the comfort of your own home and your offices. And as a token of our appreciation from myself and the entire Florida Realtors team, we wanted to extend to you guys a special discount code to go ahead and lock into this year's conference rate for next year's conference. So we're definitely going to go ahead and provide a discount code in the description below so that you can take advantage of that before it expires. So make sure you go ahead and act on it now because it's not going to last long. As always, guys, thank you so much for tuning in with us. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll see you at Midwinter. Carlos Melendez signing out.